Warning: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purpose such as a criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All people are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I reserve my First Amendment rights to express myself. Hello, everybody. Hello. How's everybody doing? What is today? Tuesday? On this lovely Tuesday morning, I am drinking water right now because I actually had like a big old thing of Big Red already, like at like 8 o'clock this morning. So I am trying to like flush that out right now. If y'all don't know what Big Red is, it's a Texas soda. So yeah, okay. Y'all can Google it. Trust me, it's yes, it's a big thing. I'm trying to make sure I don't hit my wire because over the weekend I did really deep cleaning again. I try to do it at least every couple of months, and I was moving on my desk and stuff like that. Well, now the wires are not where they typically were, and okay. Anyway, so today we are going to be talking about giving an update, like talking about the Texas flooding. That is such a sad story there. I did put the list of things that people are still needing, donations that they're taking from the Red Cross and the Goodwill. There, it's in the video description. So, why do I look like I'm like lagging? Okay. So anyway, I put that in the subscription, but we'll go over the list again when we kind of go deeper into the story. So as of about 30, maybe even a little longer than that, because it took me a while to get on here, at around 10:41, so I would say about 20 minutes now. So about 20, 30 minutes ago, the death toll, according to CNN, the death toll amounts to at least 105 people have died during the catastrophic flooding. The majority of those killed were in Kerr County, where 28 children have died, including at Camp Mystic. The search efforts ongoing. At least 23 people are still missing, with a massive search underway involving hundreds of volunteers and more than 20 state agencies, according to Governor Greg Abbott, who will hold a news conference today at 6 p.m. Eastern. Um, so that's probably something I want to keep a lookout for. I'm sure they'll probably have pieces of it on the news. Kerr County emergency officials are expected to hold a briefing later this morning. Um, the forecasts improve. Central Texas is expected to be much drier today after days of rain and ongoing flood risk. A handful of showers and thunderstorms could dot the region in the afternoon, but are unlikely to trigger significant flood threats. Let me share the screen so we can kind of go over the damage. What am I looking at? This one. Look at this one. In the corner. Okay. So I really don't like that either. Maybe this corner? No. No, then y'all can't see that. Okay. I'll put myself back on this side. Okay, so because I want y'all to see the pictures. So we're gonna kind of scroll through this and see the pictures. United Cajun Navy incident commander says Central Texas flooding damage is one of the worst he's seen. Um, Again, they're having all sorts of rescue. Mexican rescue team joins Texas flood search, which is kind of ironic after everything that's been going on. Um, I could feel my home vibrating from the pressure down in the river flood. They do have interviews of people who are who tell their stories and things like that. So again, let me. If you look at the pictures, it really wiped a whole lot of the county out. Um, Again, this is probably the best picture. Camp Mystic lies in the area prone to flooding. So this is Camp Mystic Cypress, Camp Mystic Guadalupe. So I'm sure Camp Mystic was pretty widespread. It is a camp. um, but yeah, that whole region was just dominated by the flood. It was just dominated, or in the words of Donald Trump, obliterated. Sorry, guys, I had to. We were just talking about the terminology of certain words and things like that. I'm like, obliterated. Okay, anyway, I had to. Okay, I mean, this family took shelter on a bunk bed as their cabin began to flood. Christian Brown was staying in a cabin along the Guadalupe River with his family over the weekend when extreme flooding hit Central Texas. He told CNN that he did receive a flash flood warning, but never expected the water to rise to the level it did so quickly. We assumed the safest place for us was actually in the cabin, Brown said. When the water outside the cabin reached about 3 feet above the ground, Brown and his wife and kids jumped on a bunk. And then finally, one of the back doors actually gave way, and the floodwaters just came rushing into the cabin. He said, all of the furniture and lamps, everything was falling down, crashing, breaking, and we just kind of stayed up there to assess the situation and see what was going to happen. Brown said, the family sang Amazing Grace to try and stay calm as they watched the water inside the cabin rise up to about 4 feet above the doorknobs in sight before it finally crested, he said. Almost everything inside the cabin, which has been in his family for 75 years, was destroyed, Brown said. We're just mostly thankful that everything that we lost is replaceable. Our hearts go out to those that weren't quite as lucky as us, he said. So I'm sure there's going to be people telling their stories throughout the time, but there is, we in San Antonio, we did have a vigil, not, I think it was not last night, the night before, it was the night before, yesterday. So this was Monday. So what are you, Tuesday? So, okay. So not last, yeah, it was the night before, Monday night. Here in Texas, we had a vigil, a donation drive for the victims of Hill Country floods held in downtown San Antonio. So we will go and I'm going to play this video. You guys able to hear the video? Okay. Again. You guys able to hear the video? Apparently not, because that was really loud. Okay, let me see. I don't know why all of a sudden it's. Let's see. Sound. Maybe it's this one. Let's go back. And our hearts are heavy tonight for those who died in those homes. Our hearts are heavy tonight for those who died. We'll try it this way. I don't know why it's not working when I share window, but anyway. Hey everyone. Hey Rainbow. Hey Rainbow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Trying to play this video right now.
Those hill country floods. People in San Antonio are gathering tonight to pay their respects.
A vigil held at Travis Park. The night team's John Paul Barajas is there now. JP, are there still some people out there at this hour?
Steve, Stephanie, everything's wrapped up here for the night. Just some crews finishing up, cleaning up after this event. But it was definitely an emotional night here at Travis Park as several dozens people gathered to grieve and mourn the more than 100 lives lost in the Hill Country, as well as Central Texas. Everyone here given a candle to signify a light of hope amid tragedy. Also, we had San Antonio City Council members as well as the mayor here discussing the importance of helping our neighbors. As for prayer, that was led by several priests, including Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra, who made it a point to acknowledge that the communities that were hit in the Hill Country were very tight-knit.
So everybody knows everybody, and so everybody's hurting.
My heart breaks for the families. Sorry.
To be honest, we looked at it and we were like, I was like, what luxury?
I mean, I think if it was my grandkids, that's what I think about.
Friday morning, I turned the TV on. I have kept my eyes off of it. It's the most devastating thing that happened. And it's still going on.
And this, much more than just a prayer vigil, also a donation drive. We're talking all types of items, from hygiene items to clothing to food. If you weren't able to help out tonight but still want to get involved and get back or give back, we have verified ways to do that on KSAT.com. At Travis Park, John Paul Barajas, KSAT 12 News.
For AC and plumbing repair you can trust the reviews.
And then of course you could see the full vigil right here if you go to the news page. They have the vigil right here. I'm not sure how. It's about 40. It looks like
Don't wait for a
minutes.
Breakdown. Upgrade your AC system today.
Sorry,
First Call
commercials.
Plumbing and
Gotta
AC
deal with
is your
them.
trusted
tonight.
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes long. So yes.
For all of us. We are in the center and the heart of our city, and I say all the time, there is no place more soulful than downtown San Antonio. So there is no better place for us to be able to congregate, to be able to really unite in fellowship, lean on each other, have a shoulder to cry on, or just talk to each other about what we are experiencing in the wake of devastating tragedy. What many people don't know, I'm a native San Antonian, born and raised here, is that there are very intimate and very strong ties to the Texas Hill Country in San Antonio, Texas. Whether it is familial, whether it is ranching, whether it is camping, or whether it is economic development. Our neighbors to the north are a part of San Antonio. And so, quite honestly, this idea came to me on Sunday morning after I'd watched the coverage. I have children, and I wept like many of you wept. And I felt like Sunday morning, as I sat there feeling somewhat helpless, like many of us have, that we had to do something. And there is no better way for us to help each other and unite in grief and support in coming together. Because us doing it alone is not helpful. So I want to recognize a few people that I know are here this evening. Aiden and his group from Trinity University. Please raise your hand. They have lost friends, obviously, that have not been recovered at the rage of the Guadalupe River and this billion gallons of water that drenched this area. So Aiden, thank you for being here, and we ache with you, and we pray, obviously, that your friend is brought home, because at the end of the day, what we need right now is closure. We know the impact has been felt at UTSA. So I went to both schools, UTSA and Trinity. So anyway, we know the impact is deep. And not just with the schools that I just mentioned, but most importantly, the young children who I cannot imagine the horror and the terror that many of them felt on that evening in the middle of the night, not knowing what was going to happen to any of them. And so my kudos to the bravery that was exhibited by those who also perished in the line of work in trying to save those young people. So we have seen heroics in the air and on the ground, and certainly from here in San Antonio with firefighters that have been deployed, emergency management, and these are people that go into really crisis.
Okay, y'all can continue to watch that. I will try to update. No, let me put it in the. Let me go ahead and put it in the description box real quick. I'll put it at the above the list. It's right there. Okay, so I put it in the description of the video. The link to this page. That way you can go back and watch the full visual if you guys want to. But yes, it's 44 minutes and 17 seconds, and we're not going to play the whole thing because I do want to get into the other topics. I'm trying to get as much cover today as possible because, like I said, I still got a trip to plan for my family, and that is very time consuming in its own. So between raising the family, trip planning, and then reporting this information to you guys, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to keep you guys up to date with a lot of these things. So again, here's the list of some of the things that they may need, that they do need. Here is a list of helpful items that can be donated. Personal care hygiene, as far as toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, body wash, shampoo, conditioners, deodorant, diapers for the babies, baby wipes, hand sanitizers, towels, washcloths, blankets, beddings, feminine hygiene products, obviously. Then we have the clothing, socks, underwear. They need all sizes, from toddlers to adults. T-shirts, lightweight sweatshirts, shoes, flip-flops, newer, gently used, ponchos and light rain gear, trash bags, paper towels, disinfectant wipes, mops, brooms, scrub brushes, work and latex gloves, non-perishable food items, canned goods with pull tops, baby formula, definitely, and baby food, bottled water, peanut butter, snacks, pet food and supplies. We can't forget the fur babies. Miscellaneous support items, flashlight, batteries, first aid kits, phone charger, not phones, but phone chargers, power banks, utensils, plates, cups, reusable bags, totes. You can all donate these to the local Red Cross or your local Goodwill. They will assist in collecting these non-perishable donations. Again, this is just a travesty. Right now, they're at over 100 deaths across all the counties or wherever this fled. Majority of them were kind of from the Camp Mystic, but we still have people that were visiting that are not from there, that are still missing. Their families are wondering where they're at. So they're still having search and rescue out there. They're doing what they need to do to make sure that they're bringing everybody, as many people as they can, home safely. Let's see. Let me look at this. So let me. So let me see. Okay, now they're saying at least 108. Now it went from 105 to about 108, and this is as of 12:13 p.m. Eastern time. So currently locally it is 11. It was 11. Right now it's 11:23, but when this came out it was 11:13. So let's go ahead. I want to show this video right here. We'll watch this real quick.
Never gone unnoticed.
Is Julian Ryan. He made a split-second decision to thrust his arm through a window to help his fiance, his 2 young kids, and his mother escape the rushing water.
He looked at me and the kids and my mother-in-law and he was like, sorry, I'm not gonna make it, I love y'all.
And dozens of children are also among the victims. So many young souls lost. Several were attending Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp in western Kerr County. 27 campers and counselors lost their lives, including 9-year-old Janie Hunt. Her mother, Ann, confirmed Saturday that her daughter passed away.
8-year-old Hadley Hannah was spending her first summer at Camp Mystic. Her mom says she was the most joyful, happy kid who seemed to be loving camp.
The family of Renee Samastrilla say that they are devastated by their loss. Renee was among the campers at Camp Mystic. Renee was just 8 years old.
The camp's owner, Dick Eastland, is among the victims as well. According to his grandson, he died while trying to rescue campers from the floodwaters.
Jane Ragsdale, co-owner and camp director for Heart o' the Hills. Video from last month of Jane playing the guitar and singing along with campers. She sings "Let There Always Be a Song." The camp says that she influenced countless lives and was the definition of strong and powerful. Blair and Brooke Harbor. Their father confirmed to CNN that the 13 and 11-year-olds passed away. A GoFundMe set up by the girls' aunt says that the sisters were found with their hands locked together. The girl's father, RJ, tells CNN that Blair was a gifted student and had a generous, kind heart, and that Brooke was a light in any room, that people gravitated toward her, and that she made them laugh and enjoy the moment.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate. And then just to remember what I had reported, was it yesterday or the day before, when we're talking about like the people making those comments like Texas deserves it, these people deserve it. These are innocent children. They did not deserve this. So it's very sad. Oh, give me one moment. Okay. So it is very sad. Sorry, my eyes are starting to water just talking about it. Yes, again. So there is, and then to make fun of, like, they were just, being mean about, the appearance of children, calling them, that's, it was just so out of context and so unfortunate that y'all talk about children the way y'all do and y'all disrespect them the way y'all do. It's just so unfortunate. This whole incident, nobody deserves this, from the elderly to the babies. Again, they're not just, there were infants, as you can tell with that story. This was an infant child that hey, rest in peace. Hey, welcome. Sorry, I was just getting a little emotional right now, but I just played a video and it was really sad. But yes, again, we need to remember these were, most of these, majority of them were children and a lot of elderlies. Of course, there were some adults, but again, nobody here in Texas, nobody here in America deserves to for them to be in this type of position, for them to lose family members the way that they did, and especially if they're children. Parents are not supposed to bury their children. you know. So please refrain from the rude comments, refrain from saying that people deserve these types of things, because it is not cool. Again, I did play the vigil from the vigil we had last night here in San Antonio at downtown. Monday night. It was Monday night, and I did put the link in the description of this live, so y'all can go back. It's about 45 minutes long, but y'all can go back and watch it. Again, the toll just keeps rising. When we first started, it was at 105. Now they're claiming that it's up to 108. Um, so it is. They are able. They're finding these people. Unfortunately, not all of them um, are coming back with their lives, but they are locating them and able to bring these bodies back to their families so that way they can have closure. Um, Now it's at least 18 people remain missing, according to authorities. The officials in Kerr County said they don't have a clear number beyond the 6 still missing at Camp Mystic. The massive search for victims involves hundreds of volunteers and more than 20 state agencies. So again, so the officials are under a microscope. Local officials have repeatedly refused to answer or have redirected questions about overnight emergency response and preparedness efforts in the early hours of July 4th. But again, it could be like just like the other gentleman said, they didn't think it was going to be as bad. So it could have been a lot of things that were mixed. People didn't who are frequent with the area. They probably just didn't realize it was going to get that bad. There are people who were visiting that may not have even cell phone service or anything like that. So they didn't have the proper necessary tools to receive other notifications or warnings. There could have been a lot of things that I'm sure it wasn't just one thing because they released a warning only 3 hours before the storm hit or whatever the case may have been. It wasn't. I don't think it was just one thing. I think it was a multitude of a lot of things that you know went into the total number of these deaths. So um, so I can see where the battle is going to come from, but I don't think right now is the time for us to have a battle on that situation. I think it's time for us to get these people and rescued first, and then figure out the logistics later. So let's go back. I do want to play this video now. Let me put this back on the stream, and let's go. This is from Camp La Junta. Staff flow along Guadalupe River in cabin.
Please don't be videoing that. Thank you.
There's people in it.
Oh my god, there's so many people in it. Please tell me you're getting this on video. Yeah, camp's over.
That is crazy. That's crazy. And there was a bunch of people in that little. You could at least see about 8 to 10 of them. The cabin eventually hit a tree and got wedged between the tree and a stone wall, bringing the cabin to a stop. It was pure luck that the cabin was stopped, Stover said. All the men inside were eventually able to exit the cabin and safely evacuate from the camp. Stover says he received a message from the camp that morning that all campers and staff were safe, but when he saw the video, he couldn't help but worry. Eventually, his son called him around 7 a.m. to let him know he was safe and had been evacuated. Stover and his wife traveled to the area on Saturday to pick up their son. Stover praised what he said was the bravery of the other staff members and camp counselors who helped the campers. The courage and sacrifices that all the camp counselors and staff did throughout the entire incident, keeping the kids safe, Stover said. The stories of what they did for these kids are amazing. Let's see. So we have Odessa police officer is among those that were killed by the catastrophic flooding. Um, Martin was on a trip with his family to the Guadalupe River near Kerrville, Texas, for the 4th of July weekend, the police department said in the post on Saturday. We are deeply saddened to share with our community that Odessa police officer Bailey Martin has been found and tragically is deceased, the department said on Tuesday, which is today. Okay. The department will return Martin's body to Odessa, about 280 miles from Kerrville. Flags in front of the department have been lowered to half staff. Officers are wearing mourning bands on their badges, and the department is encouraging citizens to replace their porch lights with blue bulbs for the rest of the week in Bailey's honor. So, again, this has been a horrific tragedy here. here in Texas. So many people have lost their lives. It has brought out so many monsters in people, and it also has brought the community closer or together to help. Oh, actually, I did want to share this because this was also a good. Let me see. Because trust me, I just kind of want to show this. I'm going to flip this. I'm going to show the different screen now. Actually, let me go here. I'll go on this side so that way y'all can, if there's any sound, we'll be able to hear it. Okay. There is a little bit of sound, but so if you're from Texas, you all know most likely you shop at HEB instead of I'm pretty sure if you shop at HEB, you do not shop at Walmart. It's just we just don't do that here. I'm surprised that Walmart even survives down here in Texas. I really do. I'm really surprised. But anyway, so this is our Texas store. I know everybody has like their own like a Ralph's or a Kroger's, or you know how there's like that one chain that's really specifically local to the area, and so this is ours. It's HEB, or what outsiders would say Heb, but we don't call it's not Heb, guys. It's HEB. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this.
That's exactly what they said to us. I know. That's awesome.
So yes, so HEB did send massive trucks out there with a bunch of supplies for these for the survivors or for the people in that was affected by the flooding. So that's why the caption says when people outside of Texas ask why we're so loyal to a private company like HEB, this is the reason. Every disaster we have, they beat the Red Cross there and do so much to help. Born and raised Texas right here. So yes, so HEB is always one of the first ones on site to do something when something tragic happens here in Texas. So I just want to give a shout out to HEB. Thank you for all your hard work. Again, this story just brings so much tears. I'm trying to keep my cool together, guys. I'm trying to keep my cool together. I'm starting to be all what do they call it, blotchy, where you could tell like I'm like okay. Woo! So, yes, so that is the update on the flooding here in Texas. Again, if you want to watch the San Antonio vigil, it is there. You will be able to see it. Oh, I do want to show this one though. There is another one that I do want to show real quick before we move on to the Carmelo Anthony story, because that Carmelo Anthony story is a doozy. I may even have to like go back and probably cut this live up and make two separate short videos. But where is it? Right here. Sorry, I'm gonna try to skip to the commercial real quick. Okay, so now this is from a U.S. Coast Guard, and he's going to share his experience with being a part of the search and rescue, one of the few search and rescue teams that we have here for for the flooding here in Texas. Good Lord Jesus, Denise, get it together. Okay, is it playing? Is it showing? Oh no, I have to. Sorry. Ah. I pushed stop sharing instead of share this screen instead. I'm like, it's because it was blue. It caught my attention, guys. Sorry. So, okay, let's watch this.
Rescue swimmer and third-class petty officer Scott Ruskin and his team helped to air rescue 165 campers that were trapped just down the road at Camp Mystic. Notably, this is his first Coast Guard mission. He just graduated from rescue swimmer school. Petty Officer Scott Ruskin joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us and taking the time to speak to us live. We are so impressed to hear your story. We understand that your crew arrived on the scene at Camp Mystic via helicopter. Talk to us about the difficult conditions getting there and what was going through your mind, what you saw as you arrived at that scene.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, guys, thank you guys for having me on today. Yeah, just talking about how we kind of got there. We originally got a call from Task Force 1, which is like a local agency here in Texas, asking for additional resources. So they launched us from Coast Guard Air Station Corpus Christi at about 7 a.m. In the morning on the 4th of July. Kind of battled some weather with the crew on the way in. We were obviously flying through the storm that was causing all the rain. So in the crew, we had, our aircraft leader, our co-pilot Blair Agujafor, and then also our flight mechanic Seth Reeves and myself. We're kind of on the crew, battling some pretty nasty weather, some of the worst I've ever experienced in my career so far. It took us about 4 different attempts to try to make our way into Kerrville. And finally, on the 4th attempt, with the help of the Air National Guard, the Army guys, we were able to kind of make our way into Mystic. So our original tasking was just to get to Camp Mystic. And we heard there was about 200 campers there, and they were in need of airlift. There was no other way to get them out. Bridges were gone, roadways were gone, and the water was coming up too high for boat rescue. So the only option was airlift. We kind of assessed the scene a little bit, had an internal crew discussion with the rest of the crew, with Ian, Blair, and Seth and myself. We decided the best course of action would probably be to leave me there. At the time, there was no triage coordinator, and just because, it was kind of hectic. A lot of people were needed on other assets and other airframes. We just decided that, hey, we can fit a couple extra kids if we leave me on scene. That aircrew with Ian, Blair, and Seth kind of went to a more dangerous location to try to, airlift a few more people out of a tighter landing zone. And they were able to airlift about 15 children out of there, and they left me on scene at Camp Mystic. And there, I kind of helped facilitate some of the organization and the triage, just comforting these kids and getting 165 of them out on the Army Black Hawk helicopters.
Scott, what was it like to comfort them? These are young ladies. They're 8, 9 years old. And like you said, they must have been disoriented and seeking help. What did they share with you? How did you comfort them?
Yeah, great question. It was pretty traumatic. You have a lot of kids. They're having probably the worst day of their life. They're missing friends. They're missing loved ones. They don't know where they are. Some of them may be unaccounted for. Some of them may be somewhere else. We just haven't up with each other yet. So it's a lot of unknowns on that first day, especially on Friday. Cell service was bad. Radio reception was bad on my comm. So I really didn't have any communication with the outside for about 3 hours. So I was really just trying to comfort them and let them know, like, hey, like, I don't know where your friends may be right now, but my only objective is to get you guys out of here and get you guys to safety. We're going to get you guys to a landing zone, local fire department or something, and get you guys taken care of. But yeah, just trying to comfort them and reassure them that, hey, I'm here to help you guys, and you guys are going to be okay now.
Is there anything that stood out to you about them? I understand that there were some counselors that had to bash open some windows in a cabin to help get them out as the floodwaters came in. Did they share anything with you that is going to stay with you?
Yeah, it's a good one. There definitely was there's going to be a lot of heroics from this, not only from like first responders, but just the people that were the survivors, right? Like caught in the flood. Hearing stories from some of the camp counselors when I was on the ground with them, just telling them like, hey, I was throwing kids out the door just to get them out of the floodwater, grabbing one crock for them. Like a lot of the kids didn't even have shoes on. I was just carrying them to the helicopter because they're stepping on wet rocks and their feet might be cut up and stuff. So just that experience of like, yeah, these camp counselors and the kids too, like they're being so brave and tough. And like, I know there's a lot of them I was able to kind of like get hands on with. And if you guys, yeah, seriously, like you guys were the best. Like I'm sorry this happened to you guys, but you guys were so brave and tough, and it made me like a better rescuer because you guys were acting so bravely.
Scott, obviously this is a heck of a first mission like this for you. Was there any part of you that was concerned for your own safety? Because I mean, we keep telling folks, just from some of the estimates, this was a historic wall of water moving through these towns. Were you at any point scared?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of had a plan with our crew not to deploy me to the water unless if I was attached to the rescue hook on our helicopter. So once I was on scene, I was knowing that I was not planning on getting in the water whatsoever. It's way too dangerous. Like I wouldn't, even as a rescue swimmer, I wouldn't be able to battle that. But yeah, just knowing like I had a job to do. And yeah, any fear and stuff I had, I kind of just pushed it aside for a little bit because yeah, I'm a rescue professional. This is kind of what the Coast Guard rescue swimmers are known for, just kind of getting the job done. And any of the rescuers on the scene were doing the exact same thing as me. They were all super professional. Some of the best men and women I've probably worked with. So.
Yeah, there's something like 160 plus families that are so grateful for your work and your courage. The Department of Homeland Security tweeted out your picture praising your extraordinary bravery and selfless service. They're calling you an American hero. How does it feel knowing that at a dark moment like this, people are focusing on your heroic efforts as a source of inspiration?
Right. I mean, I think for the inspiration part, it's really cool and it's really humbling to have everyone kind of calling me a hero right now. But again, I'm just a person, right? I'm just a guy. I'm just a dude. I chose to enlist in the Coast Guard. Anyone is able to do this. Anyone's able to do this job if you raise your right hand, do it. So I'm just happy I was given the opportunity to help these people out.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
Okay, so I kind of wanted to end it with that. I think he was very brave. Again, for it being his first mission, coming right out of training, the training course. And then just to jump right into something, it wasn't a small little rescue. It was like a major rescue that needed to be done. Okay, let me do one more refresh on over here just to see if there's maybe one more last update for me to give you guys before we move on to the Carmelo Anthony situation. Because oh my God, if you are talking about Carmelo Anthony, they are going to come for you. So let's see. Let me just refresh just to see if there's no more, if the numbers are the same. Nope, it looks like that is going to be the most recent news right now. I'm sure after lunch or around lunchtime, because it is going on noon right now here in San Antonio. So I'm sure they're either gone to lunch or coming back from lunch, trying to get it together before coming to come back on. All right, so now we are going to switch over to, again, don't forget, I did list the things of items that are still needed if you are wanting to donate. I know right now they're not really asking for monetary donations unless there's a specific family you want to donate to. Some of the families have put up GoFundMe's and things like that to raise money for their situation. So whether, I don't know if it's because they lost somebody or they're needing funerals or they're just needing help trying to rebuild their own lives. Regardless of the situation, you please go out and help financially if you can. Why is this still showing up as? Okay, anyway, I thought I updated it. Hold on, let me go back into this because I thought I updated it in the. Oh, maybe not. Okay, anyway. But I did put the list in here. I was talking about something else that I thought I updated the title, but I didn't. Remember again, the list of helpful items that can be donated are like, of course, hygiene items, clothing items, perishable food items, things like that. Um, Power banks, flashlights, safety items like that. These can all be donated to a Red Cross or the Goodwill, issue one of your local Goodwills. They will assist in collecting these non-perishable donations. Again, the entire list is on the description in the of this video, and as well as that the link to the visual that was taking place here in San Antonio Monday night. Um, Here at Travis Park. So, again, just kind of go look through that. If you're able to donate, please go to your local Goodwill and donate. Let them know what it's for, and they will make arrangements that way that people, the flooding victims can get the necessary resources that they need. Okay, so oh my gosh. Can I say a lot has happened with this Carmelo Anthony situation since the indictment has come out. I know that was my last video, was the indictment in that kind of situation, but let me see. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and fix that. Okay, so we will get into the Carmelo Anthony situation. A lot has happened. I'm just going to kind of go through where I need to start because it kind of goes. Janelle, you're okay. Sorry, guys. I don't know what that was. Okay. It just freaked me out. So, this, I don't know if you noticed my little thumbnail. It has Austin Metcalf's mom and his brother on there. You see Carmelo in the background, and then you have Charleston White coming in, putting his 2 cents on the topic, which gets very disturbing, guys. Very disturbing. He literally goes after a specific creator, but I'm assuming he's hoping that would quiet everybody else down. There's a lot of people reporting on this. We have the Real Reckless, the Jumpsuit Pablo, AG Tactical. A lot of these people we are all getting, and of course we all get our information from Sarah Fields. Everybody who watches these content creators and watches me knows that we all I even get my information from Sarah Fields on X. So she is always one of the first ones to put information out there. She gets a lot of her information. What the heck is going on up there? She gets a lot of her information is pretty much credible. She gets it for FOA. I'm a FO. I think it's FOIA or whatever. It's basically public information that you can go request from the website, from courts. You can request. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I have no clue what's going on outside of my apartments. There's so much noise, and it's not, noise I'm used to hearing. So I'm kind of suspicious noise to me. Okay, so anyway, um, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's FOIA or something like that, but it's a website where well, all the information that is considered public and what the public needs to know. You can go and request that information on that. Although most things like that, like kind of like Pacer is with the court documents and things like that. That's what BOFO is here. Um, so but it has like all the document, like from anything that's made public, that's for the public, that we as the public um have the right to know because we pay taxes here. um you can just request that information. Of course, um they do, they're always going to be a price because people, you got to pay for, they got to pay for the people to pull all this information that you're requesting, put it together, making sure that they um, follow all privacy laws, making sure there's nothing that can get out that is private information, things like that. So well, she gets this information and she's you know oh, okay, what, you want me to go? So yes, so but we're all, anybody can go on there and request it. Anybody, but she just has to she takes the time and she's invests in it. So oh my god, these people are gonna irritate me. So it sounds almost like a BB gun that they're playing with, and they're all just out there having fun and shooting cats or something. But it's annoying. It really is. So and that's my PTSD like kicking in. Like, okay, my anxiety level is gonna go up. Focus, focus, Carmelo, Carmelo. Okay. So, but yes. So anyway, she invests her time, she invests her money, and she informs the public, us, the things that we need to know. And they are really, really coming after her. I mean, strong arm. I mean, to the point to, I don't know if y'all know who Charleston White is. He is a major content creator, or I really, a comedian. I never even heard of him up until my first video, what I did with him, and even at that, I didn't even still know who he was. I didn't research him. I just like, oh, he made a comment about about Carmel, the Metcalf family. So if you remember one of my first lives I did about the Carmelo situation, he was the one that came on. He was doing an interview and he was talking about, oh, he shouldn't have taken a knife to school. The if he was really getting bullied, he should have told his parents. His parents should have told the teacher. There should have been some kind of conflict resolution. Blah blah blah. This is the process. Like he was really um putting the victim's family um forward. He was really, pro Austin Metcalf. Oh, Metcalf family, Austin Metcalf and the Metcalf family. Because he was the one that was stabbed and he was the one that lost his life. So, and he was going through the situation and things like that. Well, then, like my PT, I'm saying, um, and then, just, and this was back in, I think, April, Mayish time frame. So now, so yeah, so we, and then not including that, they're making songs about this child being stabbed and killed and died. Like it's sad. It is sad. Um Again, so where to start? where to start because, like, again, a lot has happened. I'm like trying to figure out where to begin. But we all know Dominic Alexander, who is part of the NGAN network. Um, he is the CEO, founder, whatever, of this Next Generation Action Network, which they call NGAN or NGAN, however you want to pronounce it, whatever. They were all part of the Black Lives Matter movement, whatever. These are the same people who um, has supposedly, well, it was advocating for Carmelo Anthony at the very beginning. They've been doing a lot. So they've been like kind of like their spokesperson kind of thing. They were their security for Carmelo Anthony, even though they weren't licensed here in Texas to be a security. So it was a lot of shady deals, between him and Dallas ISD and Frisco ISD and whatnot. Bunch of, and then the whole go send me, it's not GoFundMe. What's the other one? Gifts and Go, the Gifts and Go fund. They're still. I mean, they're saying they spent it all. Like, I haven't really seen a lot of proof of that, but I mean, you're only going to be putting two to two together. The connections will eventually come out at the end. When we already did know that they moved, they did this, they did that, so they are using some type of funds. I don't know, they're putting it on credit now. If they were able to, because initially I wanted to so anyway, so Chanel, he's gonna take you out after he takes Coco out. Chill out. And I'm sure if Chanel would have been taken out first, Coco would have been whining. So they just need to be patient and wait their turn. So anyway, yes, my dog's names are Coco and Chanel. And so, but anyway, so let me see if we can get into this. So, I don't even know where. Let's begin with Dominic Alexander. Let's start off there. Dominic Alexander has been attacking. Well, now okay. I guess trying to rebuttal what Sarah Fields has been saying, but unfortunately, with Dominic Alexander, his words don't match up to his actions, and he's not showing any kind of receipts for some of his words that he's saying. So let's go to, and then that's not including, oh, well, let's get into this one first. I think I saved it on my thing. Okay. So if we go right here, let's see. Breaking reports. Let's bring this one up. So let's go here. Let me share this screen because this is from Sarah Fields a few days ago on July 4th. So this was the 4th of July. So this is the worst, not the worst, well, the worst time of the year to be doing something like this because it's already 4th of July is already a heightened holiday where people are always on alert. There's, with firecrackers could be mistaken for bullets. Bullets could be mistaken for firecrackers, whatever. So people are a little bit more alert during this time, during this holiday, 4th of July. So on 4th of July, it states that on Tuesday, which was, I think, right before 4th of July. Obviously, I think 4th of July was when? I don't remember when 4th of July was. It was 4 days ago. Jesus, Denise. Get it together. So that was on a Saturday. So then on Thursday, so just 2 days prior to the 4th of July. No, she said on Tuesday. So 4 days prior to 4th of July, The mother of Austin Metcalf, the mother of the victim whose son was stabbed and passed away, the mother of the mother of the victim. Again, I am not going to stress the mother of the victim, the real victim, was swatted on Tuesday. Swatted. Then on Thursday, 2 days before 4th of July, Jeff Metcalf was also swatted for the 5th time. So this is an ongoing thing. Back in April, they did it like 3 times, all at, back to back to back to back. Basically, putting these families at harm's way. This event could have led up to another death. So basically, these people are wanting this family to be put at risk. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even show it on the stream. Say something, guys. So again, here it is from Sarah Fields at Sarah is Censored. She put that again, they were swatted. So let's look up what the term swatting means. Swatting means swatted. Let's look it up. Swatting, the action or practice of making a prank call to emergency services in an attempt to bring about the dispatch of a large number of armed police officers to a particular address. So they are intentionally wanting large amounts of police, because we all know what happened. Like, we see movies, and it's pretty similar to that. Of course, they do hype it up a little bit, but there are, people surrounding houses. There are, officers, the SWAT team surrounding the house, things like that. So in an effort, when this happens, especially like if you're a criminal, yes, more than likely you're gonna know that one of these days they're gonna catch up to you, right? It's just a matter of time. That if you're a criminal, you're already aware. I mean, yes, you probably say, "Well, I didn't know," but let's just say if 10 guys come crashing into your door and pointing guns at you, saying "Get down," I'm pretty sure the criminal is going to get down and not stand there and fight and say, "No, it wasn't me." Now, if you call the SWAT team to an innocent person's house who's never done wrong, who's probably chilling with his family, eating dinner with his girlfriend or whatever, eating dinner with their son, probably watching a football game. It's Thursday night. We don't know. I know football's not on right now, but you see what I'm saying? Like, if you were just imagine like you doing what you do on a daily basis, cooking dinner, getting your kids ready for bed, putting them down, and all of a sudden this bunch of officers come barging into your home and they're telling you to get down, get down. More than likely, you're going to be shocked. Sorry, that was my dryer if you heard it. More than likely, you're going to be shocked. You're gonna be confused. You're gonna be like, whoa, 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 what? And if you just do whoa, whoa, what, that could be a sign of aggression. That could be a sign of not cooperating. So they're trained pretty much to kill, but there's a higher risk of somebody getting killed in a situation like that than if they were a true criminal. You know what I mean? So these people are purposely making these calls and wanting something to happen. They're not doing it because they want to laugh. They are doing it because they actually want this family dead. And if you read some of these comments online, under Drew's Facebook, under all of them, they will say, and we're gonna watch a couple of videos where they do show, threats and things like that. Like, yes, we'll get them, go get them, blah blah blah, and it's crazy. Just for somebody reporting the facts. Now, if you don't agree with it, then please show receipts. Pull out your own documents and let us know. Because not only because what it is there's this whole thing about the also, I mean, yeah, she's been putting them out there for a while. But now since they filed for indigency for him to have what do you call it? A public defender. People are questioning like, hey, we donated to this Give Send Go fund, and now you are requesting a public defender, like, which is a free lawyer, because you're stating that you don't have enough money. Well, then this is where it gets a little hairy. Let's go back. I'm sorry, let me take this off real quick. Let's see. She's so funny. Okay. This is okay. Oh, we're not including this. Okay. So we'll get to that. Let me say that because that is another one that she proves these lies that they come out and say. So, and sometimes I forget to like save them and things like that. So now I'm like trying to go. Yeah, we'll get to that. I want to show because it does show she pulled the indigent file. But anyway, and then he responded. Let me just search Carmelo. Because Dominic Alexander responds to a lot of these. But keep showing that video. I know about that video. And I don't want to play another person's video. And I think why they're getting so upset now is because people are actually stopped donating to this Carmelo Anthony Give Send Go fund. Why isn't it searching in her? But anyway, so Dominic Alexander, when they filed for that indigency, he was saying that it's automatic. The system does it by itself. They didn't have any control over it, so it's not what you think kind of thing. Let's put up smoky mirrors kind of thing. And ultimately, when it comes to being indigent and requesting a public defender, the paperwork may be automatically generated, but you yourself as a whatever you are, plaintiff, whatever you are in litigant, in the words of Judge Judy, whatever, or Judge Millian, she you don't have to fill it out. Like, especially if you're aware that you have enough money, you're raising money for these types of fees, like you really don't need one. But since the money is under Carmelo's family's name and things like that, he was able to apply for indigency, put that he's broke, and then get it granted, and then have Dominic Alexander say, no, 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 we didn't have anything to do with it. But the system doesn't know that you're broke. The system doesn't know if you have any assets. The system doesn't know what's in your bank account and how much cash you have on hand. And these are the typical questions when you're filling out some type of financial aid form, whether it's getting a public defender, whether it's filing a lawsuit and not having the money to pay for that filing, so you file an indigent. So you file, proof of, of your funds that you're not able to afford these things. You need to serve paperwork if you're suing. Again, if you have that paperwork on file, the courts, it's covered by the courts, and therefore, things like that. So again, you don't have to fill out the paperwork. So somebody had to fill out that paperwork in order for it to be granted. So one, that's a lie there too. And now, um, and now that they're saying, let me go back to my bookmarks. And now, remember how at the beginning, Dominic Alexander was, you know, when he shot out the gate at the very beginning saying this, this, and this, and we're doing this, and my company's doing that, my organization's doing this, we're doing that, we're providing security, we bailed them out, we did this, we did that, all this other stuff. But what you didn't say is that, you know, you abuse kids. But anyway, we left that part out there. So let's find the next lie. Let me go ahead and put this back up. So here we go on Carmelo's case. And this was just 22 hours ago that she posted this. And I'm telling you, this is the information that they don't want us to get. And they're upset that she makes it a priority to get this information. Again, pretty much a lot of her stuff does come with some type of, you know, receipt to it. So it says here she's obtained a copy of the surety bond form that record shows that a man named Lidio Ortiz paid the sum. Ortiz runs Bring 'em Home 24/7 bail bonds in Fort Worth, Texas. No, it's not normal for a bondsman to pay the bond. No, because usually you need to put up some type of asset, some type of bond. But this is a surety bond, so I don't know if it works the same as a regular bondsman. But then again, this whole thing doesn't seem right when we get deeper into it. So why did the family's advocate Dominic Alexander lie again? In a much earlier post, Alexander claimed that a pastor named Corey C. Tony, the owner of No Limit Bail Bonds, paid the full amount. Lydia Ortiz has multiple possession charges. More intriguing are the multiple businesses, LLCs he is affiliated with, including Brigham Men I don't even know investigations. Lydia Ortiz is licensed PI under the Malik Rashid, according to records. Why did Dominique lie and cover for Ortiz and show his other friend who has no connection to the bond under the bus? Because that Tony person is nowhere involved in this case, but somehow he was mentioned that he helped pay the bond, right? He even tagged Corey Tony in his post. She actually reached out to Dominic Alexander and nothing yet. So we're just gonna kind of open this up. Oh, I want to see the pictures. Give me the pictures. So here you can see it says Anthony Carmelo, sincere, and the banker's insurance. The date it was done, which was back on the 14th of April. It's Bring 'em Home 24/7, $250,000, which is payable to the state of Texas, of District Court in Collin County, Texas. And then the address of the courthouse. Lydia Ortiz does swear, so he's saying that he's the one that's going to put up the money or pay for this. Do swear that I am in my own right, at least the sum. Oh, that I am worth in my own right, at least the sum of $500,000. After deducting from the property all that which is exempt by the Constitution and laws of the state from forced sale, and after the payment of all debts of every description, whether okay, so he's just saying that this is what he's worth after all his I'm trying to like credits are taken in account for. So again, and then the charges down here is murder, approved by, I don't even know who that is. I can't even understand their handwriting. So, and I don't think that says Little Ortiz because that looks like a Y at the end. So it was approved by somebody. So again, it's like, why are we claiming that you're taking basically And this is Little Ortiz, the one that actually did the bail bondsman. He's with Best Bail Bonds. Your freedom is my priority. Jail sucks. So you can actually go to the website and look at some of the things, but they don't only just do surety bonds. They do a lot of other things. Here, this is the one from Dominic Alexander. This is his post that she was claiming back then that he had wrote. It says, "Before this day ends, I need to take a moment to say thank you. Today was long. It was heavy, but it was also powerful. After the bond hearing and the reduction granted by Judge Angela Tucker, remember she reduced the bond from 1 million to what was it, 250 or whatever it was. Um, our NGAN team, which is Next Generation Action Network team, and security staff, which it's not licensed in Texas, escorted Carmelo Anthony's family to No Limit Bail Bonds in Oak Cliff. What happened next reminded me of the true meaning of community. Pastor Corey Tony, the owner of No Limit Bail Bonds, and a respected business leader in our city, quietly stepped in and covered the entire bond for Carmelo Anthony free of charge. What's the catch here? Who's gonna put up 250,000 free of charge? Not knowing if they're gonna get paid back the money, not knowing if this kid's a fly risk, not knowing if this kid this sorry, I wanted to go check that. So anyway, he didn't ask for recognition. So just because he didn't ask for recognition, you just took his recognition anyway. So you just put all the recognition on you. Oh, since you don't want it, I'll take it. Like no, you could just say, he didn't want recognition, but we did have somebody, you know, come up with the bond or whatever. He doesn't want to be. He wants to be kept anonymous, whatever. But no, you completely took account for it. He didn't ask for recognition. He didn't want, because over here you're saying your NJA team was the one that did everything. Anyway, he didn't ask for recognition. He didn't want the spotlight, but I believe it's important to celebrate people who show up when it matters most. This is what community looks like. We rise to the moment. We stand for what's right. The kids. Sorry, now that was kids. I can deal with that. I also want to give major shout out to my team, Damon, Robert, Adequin, our director of security, and the entire crew who stood in the gap today, making sure everything ran smoothly, and to our office staff who held down the fort, handled the flood of media calls, and supported every moving piece. You are the backbone of this movement. The Next Generation Action Network is not a one-man show. It is collective, a family, a team built on love, justice, and unity, and pretty much crime, but allegedly. Again, he has been convicted. He was, that whole when he beat up his baby mama and the 2-year-old or whatever, things like that. He hurts children. So, and he's still allowed at on school campuses. His head of security also has criminal record. This libido dude who owns his surety bond, whatever, is also known criminal. So again, everybody around this dude is some type of criminal looking to get schemed or looking for the quick a quick payout. That's what it looks like to me. Sorry, she usually posts his updates. Oh, here we go. America Watchdogs. Interesting. Good job, Sarah. So Corey C. Tony. This is him. No limit bail bonds. 24/7 CT can set you free. Easy payment loans. And here they are right here. So, pretty interesting. But the thing is why put them in? Yeah. So, she does have a lot of supporters. We'll get to that one right there. So Again, if y'all remember, Charleston White did I want to see if we can pull up the first video that he did. I want his first video. That way we can remember what he really said. I should have had it up, but now everybody's focused on this video. I wonder if it was this one. Okay, I wanted him to get to the seashell. No, that's not it. I want the one where he was sitting on this one. Controversial claims. Okay. Share this one. Share this tab instead, but I want to get to the video of what he... What are you doing, babies?
Calf, you see the boy in Frisco?
So this is this first interview. This was 2 months ago, and this is when this incident first happened. Well, was first came out, was breaking news, things like that. He came out and gave his opinion. So we did a video on this one as well. This is what his first reaction.
Stabbed to death by Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah. My heart goes out to the family. They trying to make this a race issue, and this is a right or wrong issue.
Okay. So no, real quick.
Okay, remember that they're making it about race, and it's a right or wrong. So he's saying that Carmelo and them are making it about race. It has nothing to do about race. His heart goes out to the Metcalf family for this. These are his words. Okay, apparently. Let's continue.
Look, I like where you're going on this because I'm not even trying to race bait or anything. People are making this about black and white. You see that they're trying to make this kind of like a Trayvon Martin kind of, they're talking about it, but where do you...
It is. Trayvon Martin was an angry black kid that had to be sent to his father because he lacked discipline, grew up in a home with his single mother. Any well-behaved kid with manners that had respect of adults, once George Zimmerman approached him, whether he's right or wrong, as a child, this is an adult. You get off the phone with that fat-ass girlfriend you trying to fuck, you call your dad and say, hey, Dad, it's an adult around here to just stop me. He says he's calling the police. Rather than doing that, he had an attitude because as young black males in this country, we have an authority problem because we walking around angry, displaced from our father's issue, but we resent our mothers.
That's true.
So we're a ticking time bomb. And Trayvon Martin could fight. So that's why I say you be careful approaching some of these young kids. What a 13-year-old will kick a 40-year-old's ass.
That's true.
And that's what happened in that situation. He underestimated this kid, and he was looking for trouble. But by law, he was right.
For him to say that George Zimmerman had the right.
Okay, that's not the part I wanted. Let's get to.
Well, what do you think's going to happen in this Austin Metcalf thing? You think he's going to
Metcalf ass go, well, no, that boy going
Carmelo
to jail.
Anthony's going to go to jail.
Carmelo going to jail. Because listen, you cannot bring a weapon to school.
Yeah.
So you can't say I was
What if he says self-defense?
There's no self-defense, because if you are afraid the day before, where you have to take a weapon to school, why not notify your parents? Parents, you notify the school teacher. School teacher that's bringing these kids in here and resolve this issue is called conflict resolution. We was taught in homes that has morals and values, you tell the teacher. Somebody fucking with you, you tell the teacher. Let the teachers know, so when y'all have an altercation, you're cleared and you're covered. Documentation beats conversation. So words of documentation just say this is self-defense. It's a premeditated crime because you took a weapon in fear. Anticipating to use it.
That was premeditated, though.
And it's at a track meet. You getting ready to run track with other kids and you got a knife on you. No, man, you got to go to jail.
Now,
Right? I mean, makes sense. It makes sense, right? It makes perfect sense. I mean, that's what we're taught. You know, if somebody's picking on you, you go tell the teacher. You know, because if you were to do something and you get busted and you get in trouble, then that's your when you get home. You're, best believe you better start shoving that underwear with some toilet paper, some foam, something, because you're gonna get a whooping. But anyway. So now that's what he was initially saying, right? I mean, it's supposed to be right or wrong, not about race. You know, Carmelo and them are making it about race. Everybody's making it about race. It's not supposed to be right or wrong. Whatever. So let's get into the new video. Let's see. So here we go. So okay, now let's listen to this.
I want to take the time to apologize to Carmelo Anthony's family. Man, I was always wrong about that kid. I was always wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
I was always wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys.
Really? So where did he get the knife? If he didn't bring the knife to school, where did he get the knife from? It was already in his backpack. So you're just saying that somebody else put it in his bag in the midst of him holding it and saying, "Touch me, what happens?" Or like, where did this magical knife that he used to stab Austin Metcalf and murder him and then have the right to be a little pussy bitch and run away and throw the knife away? Like, really? I'm sorry. I did say my bad. But yeah, I created that word not too long. Well, many years ago. And ever since then, I haven't been able to stop saying that because people are they hate it so much that I use it just to get on their nerves. But yes, because, I mean, can you imagine being called a pussy bitch in your face? I just did. Pussy bitch. Okay. Sorry. Watch my language. I promise I watch my language. Okay. But no, he stabs Austin Metcalf with this knife that now people are saying that he didn't even bring to this track meet, but it was magically ended up in his bag at the time when he stabbed Austin Metcalf and murdered him. I mean, I don't understand where the confusion is in that because, going by the police reports, by going by Carmelo Anthony's words where he said he did it, like, and he's not alleged, he is a murderer. So, I mean, I don't buy that he didn't bring the knife to school. Like, you, in your own words, just retarded. So now that you talk to Carmelo Anthony's dad, now all of a sudden you have this revelation of this thing that he's gonna be all charges, right? I don't know what story they're blowing up your hole, but I'm pretty sure it was like a couple of, you know, but for you to flip flop this big, Mr. Charleston White, I don't even know who you were. That interview that I just showed you for that was for his first saying, sorry, he feels for the Metcalf family and this shouldn't have happened and it's not about race. Now all of a sudden you want to flip. I didn't know you then. I don't know you now. I don't care to know you, but this shows me a lot. This shows your character. When you're saying conflict, you're really trying to find peace in a situation of conflict resolution, and then all of a sudden you flip flop and come to this. And trust me, there's more to this video. He starts going derogative in this video. He starts threatening and saying, "I'm gonna build an army," and "You mother effers, you crackers, you this." Excuse my language. I don't really mean to use it, but I need to explain what he's saying in order. Like, this is bad. And you're rallying people to go after this content creator because she is doing one hell of a job on getting this type of information, from getting it from the proper sources and giving it and feeding it to the public for the people who have the right to know and who want to know. So let's continue. I don't know what the hell this fool is talking about, really.
These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that.
Okay. Now let's finish this little section.
One of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And he's
okay. So to say these big white boys, yes, I'm sure they were big boys growing up on some, cornbread and stuff, but Carmelo Anthony was not that tiny. He was big enough to play football himself. The other guy, these guys, Austin Metcalf and Hunter, they're not linemen. They're not 300 pounds that once they fall, they're going to fall right on top of you and just smash you like a little cockroach. Like, no, like these kids may be big for being 16, 17 years old, but they weren't to that extent. They were athletically built, like what you expect people to look like. And then to make it seem like there's two guys, one on each side, and this person had no way of escaping. You're in bleachers in an open area. You didn't have a wall in front of you. You didn't have a wall behind you. You had maybe one person on this side, one person on the side. Where you have, like, that is only at 15 and 45 degrees. What about all the other degrees that he could have escaped from? He could have left. And then he wants to say that he was a new kid. First of all, no, he was not a new kid because he didn't even belong to that school. He was a stranger. He was a complete stranger. Or maybe even the name people may have known of him, maybe heard of him, whatever. But ultimately, you're not a new kid because that wasn't even your school. You were a stranger in their tent, asked to leave, have every opportunity to leave, and chose not to. He gave you a warning. So, but you, no, you didn't, Anyway, let's continue with this stupid person, what he has to say. Okay. I think he would. I don't know.
Some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get the light. He just come and get the...
Now, what kind of logic does that make? Because you're not in your kid's life, so per se. But just because you and the mom are no longer together doesn't mean that that was completely out of these children's life. You know what I mean? Yes. I mean, we never even said Carmelo's dad was never in his life because there's plenty of pictures on Facebook of them doing family vacations, things like that. Just like the interview with the mom that she did the other day. I don't remember if it was on my video or if that happened after I did my last live, but if I may have to go back and find it. But the mom and Hunter did another video. I think it was around the 4th of July time frame, not too long ago. And you know, when that subject came up about her husband or whatever, like, you know, it got a little uncomfortable, but so you can assume, you could already know that maybe they were probably married, maybe separated or whatever, but that doesn't mean because you're not in the kid's life like that you're an abuser or whatever. Like, you can't come to that conclusion. Like, what kind of deranged mentality is that? Like, that just makes you sound freaking crazy. And it sounds like you're part of the DS club. You're part of the DS club. And if you really want to know what the DS club is, I call it the DI sucker club. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Alexander, all of them, Drew, they got together, you know, whatever, paid him off. I don't know. But for him to flip flop and make no sense in this whole entire clip and just throwing out all this diarrhea from the mouth, like, just saying, diarrhea of the mouth. Okay, let's continue.
So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere.
But why not? Why not? He just said in his other video that these boys are angry and blah, blah, blah. They have this. They're easy to pop off. But now all of a sudden when somebody asks you to leave the tent where you're not supposed to be, you say no. You say no, so it's okay to kill that person? Like, what deranged, delusional, crazy, insanity mentality is that? Delusional, insane, deranged. Just keep on going.
And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker.
Okay, anybody in the medical field? Anybody in the medical fields? Please answer this question for me. Can you break ligaments? I know you can break bones, but can you? I know you could tear ligaments, but I never heard of breaking ligaments. Can you break a ligament? Can somebody answer that? Teacher, Natanya, please, if you're listening to me on this one, if you're in here, if you ever look at my videos, I would like to know, can you break a ligament? Can you break a ligament? I don't think so. I don't think. Let's actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do that search right now. Can you break a ligament? Please, AI, help me out here. Can you break a ligament? Says yes, you can tear or rupture a ligament, but that's not, I mean, which is essentially a break in the sense of that the ligament is damaged. I mean, okay, whatever. I still think it's a tear or a rupture. I think you should use the right words. I don't think break is technically the correct terminology for that. What causes a tear? I never heard of a break. Okay, a torn ligament, a torn ligament. Like everything is saying torn, but I mean, they're in summary why you can't technically break a ligament. Okay, that it is. Yes, let's get technical here. Let's get technical because technically you can't break a ligament. Idiot. See, this is probably why I should be single for the rest of my life because I just can't deal with. I mean, that's why I'm like, I'd rather ask questions and have people be mad at me and call me stupid for asking questions. But technically, that doesn't make me stupid because then I find out the truth. You cannot technically break a ligament. Okay. No, you can't, idiot. So, again, total contradiction from your first statements, right? Okay. This is why we're going to go into some of the other theories
He
that
should have
people
killed
other
both
concepts
of them.
have. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like talk over that because you really needed to hear that part.
Oh, crap. He should have killed both of them. He should have killed both them Peckerwoods with a that's minding his motherfucking business that don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby.
But see, he has no documentation that Hunter and these boys were ever bullies. There's no school records. There are records of Carmelo fighting. There are records of Carmelo previously bringing knives to school. But you want to say where's the hospital records of this broken ligament? Where are the school documents saying that he were bullies and troublemakers? Yes, you want to say that they were into guns, but they were hunters. Like they would go out and they would hunt for deer, cattle, things like that. I don't, hunter people things. Come on, guys. Like seriously. And then if you are a hunter, you are trained and licensed. You take courses. You were that. So therefore, they were legally correct into having their weapons. Carmelo Anthony kind of really didn't. And I'm sure that they didn't bring their guns to school either. Like Carmelo Anthony brought a knife to school or onto school property. ISD, any kind of district property. Track meet, school grounds, bus, all a part of school property. School grounds. Like, and then have the audacity to say you wish he would have both of them. Both of them. What? Again, delusional, deranged, crazy, insanity person are you? This is one of the biggest pussy bitches moves I've ever seen. I'm sorry, my language has gone out of control since we did the flooding onto this topic, but this is really, I call it like I see it. Call it like I see it. And I always want to say they want to say he did this and he not, and then he doesn't want to make it about race, but you're over here calling them, what do you call it, derogatory terms like cracker. Like, but you don't want to make it around about race. You said it wasn't about that. They were making it about race, but yeah, you proved that they are making it about race because you just flipped to their side and now you're bringing race up. Hypocrite, are we not? Hypocrisy here. Please tell me, does anybody else see this? I know there's plenty of other people. We're going to kind of go through other people's content and see what they have to say because a lot of people are stepping up and protecting Sarah Fields here because this is insane. Wait, because don't worry, he'll call her out personally. This is how well she's doing her job. So please, if you haven't liked Sarah Fields, at Sarah is censored on X, please go and follow her, like her, share, subscribe. I'm not sure if she's on any other platforms, but I just distinguishedly know her from X. I do follow. I have them listed in my description of the box, like Reckless, Jumpsuit Pablo, all those AG Tactical, all these people that are following this as well and reporting on this. Definitely go look at them. Go shout out to them. Like, follow, subscribe, share, do what you need to do. But we need to spread this word because things like this should not be, one, even approved to be on the internet. Two, should be illegal and should be taken to court over this. And I'm sure whatever money that they pay this person, he can use that to defend himself. Anyway, let's continue this video because it does get worse. Trust me.
So now they're trying to make it about race. No, it ain't about race. Justice was served when he killed that cracker. Self-defense. And the reason I say that is anybody can go see the video. Why do you think the media outlets ain't promoting to go see this video? You can go up to the school and see it. And if you go up to the school and see it, we all see this kid will be found not guilty. But
according to the news media, there was no altercation before the incident happened, so there was no self-defense there. But we'll kind of go back and review some of those videos that did. Some of the news channels that did go and be able to view that tape, and majority of them said that they could not see a previous altercation before the incident, before the stabbing itself. So yes, he is technically right. Anybody could go up there and see it, request it. But the thing is one, they don't rewind it. You can't record it. You can't, there's no audio, there's no thing. So basically what the news is reporting is everything that's on that tape. So what is it to see that there is some type of self-defense issue if there was no previous altercation that the video showed? So what are you talking about? Like, really, what are you talking about? And yes, the news is not going to be out there. Yes, go view it, because they don't need 100 people in the stupid school or whatever to go down there and view the thing when they're all going to see the same thing, that there was no altercation. It was straight to the stabbing, and then straight to the police and the after effects of the stabbing. They said it happened so quick. Yes, it was a long taping, but the incident itself was within a real short of that 10-15 minute video that they were showing, or however long it was. I already forgot how long it was. But yes, this fool was retarded. Let's keep going, because he says some stupid shit.
All white town in Crackerville, and they done made it about race. Whoever Sarah Fields is, Sarah Fields, you a rotten motherfucker. And if I just had some time, I would put an army behind this family. But I ain't got time. It's supposed to be an army, because Sarah Fields and the father and somebody who works for the court have been releasing Carmelo Anthony's family information to Sarah Fields. She's been putting it online, and the white folk been going. So they've been having to move.
And again, Miss Sarah Fields gets the information the correct way. She requests it from the proper resources, whether it's the court, the police department, or the school district themselves. But she gets FOIA, which is, I think, again, FOIA, if I'm not mistaken, but whatever. So yeah, she may be putting that type of, but she's doing it the right way. So they're trying to make it seem like she's doing everything illegal and trying to, let's see what else we can do to this Carmelo Anthony family and whatnot. Like, no, she just was providing us the information that we, the public, have the right to know to keep our community and our family safe from people like that. So continue. But then again, you see how the derogatory language and usage of what he calls, white people, and it's not supposed to be about race, remember, but they're the only ones making it about race. Let's continue. Oh, and then to say that he would get an army and rally behind, like, then why aren't you doing it if you can? If you're so behind this person, then why not? You're so apparently known around the U.S. and stuff like that, so why not? If you have that power to help this family, why not? By telling some stupid flip-flop story like this is not a help. Is no help. Like, so why even open up your mouth? Oh, maybe because it's, I don't know, you're part of the DS club, the dick sucking club. Sorry, I said it. I had to. They take it down, they take it down. I have it recorded anyway. I could go back and edit this video anyway if I wanted to. Anyway.
All those lies made up, homie, they can't even get the GoFundMe money. So they can't even touch the Go. So they just trying to smear campaign, but that's what the cracker do. Boy, I wish I could go back to when I was seeing the type of shit. Boy, I wish they could have caught me 3 years ago when I was really on my let's go get the cracker shit. But homie, homie, I wish I ain't got that spirit no more. So I'm saying, why black people ain't rallying around this family as they tried to rally around in the beginning? They are threatening this family. Homie, they keep having to move.
But how do you don't just lose the spirit, bro? It's either you got it or you don't.
No, you do lose it. You do lose it.
So you sold out.
No. You lose it. Everybody loses.
So, therefore, apparently you lose the spirit to help out people and to rally around people. I don't know, but you come on here and talk all this smack, but you're not willing to back it up with any actions. Sounds like a little pussy bitch move to me. Sounds like a payoff move to me. Sounds like a sellout to me. Only like I see it until you show me some type of receipt. I don't care. Paperwork, documentation, some type of any of the BS that you just blew out of your fucking ass right now. Please, I would love to see it. I think we would all love to see it. And then, and this whole let's wait to court. We're not in. It's not a public opinion kind of thing. We're not really. No, please kiss our butts. Kiss our butts. Okay, again, let's go on. Let's see, where's that? Sorry, I had it right here. We're going to go to this one right here, and we're going to watch this video, because this is the video of the guy, one of the news reportings, basically reporting what they saw in the video, right?
Stabbing. Now, I went inside the stadium
week for a deadly altercation that happened at a Texas track meet in April. And now News Nation has viewed a critical piece of video evidence. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed. Anthony admits he stabbed Metcalf while both took cover under a team tent during a rain delay. But Anthony says he was acting in self-defense. News Nation's Rich McHugh has been tracking this case. And Rich, you are one of the reporters who got to view this important piece of evidence.
Yeah, Nicole, they allowed me to view this video under strict conditions. I couldn't record anything. I couldn't take pictures. I could take notes, but that's about it. They would play it one time, and they wouldn't even rewind it or play it again, even the moment in question. So what I saw in the video was ultimately it's from the press box across the field on the 45-yard line. You can view a yellow tent across the field. That's where this incident happened. There's no sound on the video. And it's raining, and you can see about 30 to 40 people around the field. It's a track meet that morning, so they're preparing for this track meet. The incident in question happens at 9:44 a.m. It's really calm up until that point, and then chaos ensues, and you can't really make up anybody. You can't make out individuals. You can see people and colors and what they're wearing, but you can't make out identities. But again, at 9:44, chaos ensues. What I did not see was any obvious physical altercation leading up to the stabbing. Now, I went inside the stadium earlier this morning to try and give our viewers a better vantage point of where this all happened. Take a look. Across the field, you can see where the press box cameras captured everything. We're on the 45-yard line here. This is where it ultimately happened. There's a tent right up here, the kind of the sports tent where everybody was huddled. At 9:44, whatever went down happened right here. Everybody kind of took off. Now, according to police reports, Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony were here at this track meet. Austin Metcalf told Anthony he needed to move out from under their team's tent when Anthony grabbed his bag, reached inside, and told Austin, quote, "Touch me and see what happens." The police report states Metcalf grabbed Anthony to tell him to move. Anthony pulled out a knife, stabbed Metcalf once in the chest and ran. Metcalf died in his twin brother's arms, and now, as of last week, Carmelo Anthony indicted for first-degree murder. Nicole?
So, Rich, how might this affect court?
Well, it's a good question. Court date has not yet been set. His first appearance is set, I believe, for July 17th. This video, from what I saw, the question I have is, will they be able to enhance it and to view it, to zoom in? Because what I saw happened very quickly, and there was no obvious altercation just before. So it could be a case where both sides will see what they want to see, but the question remains, how much can they kind of alter or zoom in on this video, Nicole?
All right, Rich McHugh live.
is Peckerwoods, all type of derogatory term. I could get it. On Carmelo and
I just got, I don't know. But yeah, so again, he supports, he does really well. He gives his insight on what's going to happen to Carmelo if he was to going, or he says he will. I mean, again, he's got court to do, but it is what it is. So but yeah, between him, Reckless,
Anthony.
everybody.
Yes, she does. But the way you phrase it makes it sound like she's doing something sneaky behind the scenes. She's got some illegal connections. Oh, it's a big conspiracy. Yes, someone in the government, local government, is giving her this info. You know why? Because anyone can do it. It's open to the public. It's public information. You just have to request it. Anyone can get it. I could get it. My cat could get it if it knew how to type on a keyboard. What are you talking about? You act like what she's doing is bad and wrong and like unethical. It's not. Every piece of information she's gotten, she's gone about the right way. So now he is like putting her in the crosshairs and enacting violence upon her. And you know what? It's already starting to show its face. Take a look. This one comment under the same video we all just watched says, Carmelo did God's work. You think God wanted Carmelo to murder Austin Metcalf? You are insane. Carmelo did God's work. Wish the same on that lying B word, feeding information as well. You wish death upon Sarah Fields because she is giving you the raw facts from the data, from the reports, from the logs that are coming straight from the government. Because she's showing you, everyone, the truth.
Really good. Everybody's talking about this. It's crazy. And Sarah Fields is staying strong. Again, she's not doing, for as far as my knowledge, she hasn't done anything wrong. Again, until you prove those receipts to me, prove some kind of documentation that she's falsely getting this information somehow or another, then please let us know. Like, but all you have is just done this, but not, where's the action behind it? Yeah, like it's sad because but then again, you have, let me pause this real quick. We have Mike Braggs, who is actually, I think he has quite a bit of followers, a couple of thousand, maybe hundreds of thousands. I really don't know. I know it's it's a lot. He made a song about Austin, about this incident. It's sad. Like, please, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Maybe I should just play like the last part of it. Or maybe, I don't know. I'll play the first part of it, I guess. Really? Oh, I forgot to show it on stream. Really? Mike Braggs. Or Bags, sorry, there's no R. Mike Bags. And it says, yep, they're about to cancel me working on a new song called Austin. Would you play this out loud? Question mark. Technically, I'm not playing the whole song because, one, it's a rapping song. I can't even understand half the shit he says anyway. I don't know if he's not enunciating his words properly. And I mean, I tend to do that when I talk really, really fast. Like, people can't understand me, and I can go on like this, and I'm pretty. You're like, what the fuck did she just say? Because yes, I can talk really, really, really fast, and then yeah, you can't understand me. But and so it's kind of like that. You know, I didn't understand. He was rapping, and he wasn't enunciating properly, so it just all kind of meshed up. But like the beginning and the end, you definitely can hear what he's saying, or understand what he's saying. So let's kind of go towards the end and play the rest of it. Wait, you didn't like that? You didn't like that I didn't play the whole song?
Get this, my flow reckless, so who go? That boy Austin is dead. Fuck around and find out. I'll put one through your head.
Okay, so it's a minute long, and about 20 seconds of that is that part of it. Maybe 5, 10, maybe 10 seconds of it. So, yeah. Why? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Let me go to my history because I told you this Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony situation has taken a turn in this streets here. From Charleston White going after Sarah Fields. I mean, like, that is crazy. Let me see. I'm going to go to my history because I do want to play a few more videos from others. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I'm pretty sure I should, I missed something. And I think it was this one. This one too. Sorry. Okay. So this was the minister, Dominic Alexander. Remember when he was saying that they didn't fill out the reports or whatever, or the indigent paperwork for Carmelo Anthony? Share this tab instead. Let's go ahead and play this. Again, this is Jumpsuit Pablo. Please go check him out on YouTube.
And I'll prove it.
He is, I think,
the reason Carmelo Anthony is indigent, which means you have no money and you cannot afford your own attorney, so one has to be court appointed for you, a public defender. The reason Carmelo is coming up as indigent is because there was a little time loop with when we could access the money and when we had to, obtain a lawyer with that money. We're planning on it. We're still going to do it, but like this deadline came up, and so the system, it's automatic. They just automatically, because we hadn't already gotten him a lawyer, it just automatically filed him away as indigent and got to work on appointing him a public defender. We didn't even have anything to do with that. It's all a bunch of BS, a big misunderstanding. Well, thanks to Sarah Fields on X.com, who is doing great work, great coverage on this. I also watched The Quartering on YouTube. He always has a bunch of good information. Salute to him. I love his videos. This is all a bunch of BS. And by trying to prove that.
So, again, we all can see it. He knows it from being on the other side of the system for a little while, what needs to be done. Actually, Sarah just posted this, so we're going to go back over to this screen and we're going to post to see. It says, she's looking for an attorney. Defamation has consequences, and if I need to crowdsource for the funds, I will. Charleston Wright posted this an hour ago. It's at 100,000 views and counting. The entire video spews lies about the Metcalf family in Austin. He mentioned my name at least 100 times. He fantasized about white people dying, saying he wanted to watch white people get shot in real life. He called me a meth whore, told everyone I was on drugs, and said my information is coming from someone from the inside. I can't even repeat everything he said without going against TOS on this platform. It's bad. I want an attorney, and discovery will be revealing. He placed a target on me, my unborn child, and my family. I am not going to stop reporting, but I am also not going to sit here and continue to allow this libel to, I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to Google that. To be spewed about me when violent people are clearly involved. If they can't silence me, they will use incitement to get what they want. They know what they're doing. How much were you paid, Charleston? Full link to this video is in comments. If an attorney that wants to help sees this and believes I have a case, please reach out. Wonder if she can go to the lead attorney. I don't know where he's located at though, but anyway. She says she put this link in the post. Okay, hold on. In the comments, she said. Hey, open up the post, stupid. This Charleston White breaks down real facts about Corona. Oh, here's the link. Okay. So let's go here. Ooh, 51 minutes? Okay, let's see. Please show me some documents. I would like to see documents and not
People
just
don't know
her.
about Jeff Metcalf. Sarah J. Fields. I'm looking for, she used to be an ex-meth addict.
Okay, let's see.
How y'all doing? I'm looking for a lady by the name of Sarah J. Fields. I'm looking for, she used to be an ex-meth addict. A 304. Very perverted, freaky, used to be white woman. Now she done kind of got a life together, started having children, and she's the precinct chair for the Republican Party.
Okay, first of all, you look like you're on something your damn self. What's that white shit on your shirt? You know, what is that? A little TC2C or what? You know, maybe it's just, I know it's not dandruff. You don't got much hair. So, I mean, where is this powder shit coming from? I don't know. But anyway, and you look like you're, are you on a boat or are you just a little tipsy or what? Anyway. Sorry. My kids are a little annoying sometimes. Let's continue.
Very racist lady. She's spreading a bunch of lies online. Her and Jeff Metcalf. Now, most people don't know about Jeff Metcalf. Jeff Metcalf is a angry, violent, abusive, Caucasian man who used to beat Austin's mom. He was very abusive. Jeff wasn't around because he was an abusive father. Used to beat the crap out of Austin's and his twin brother's mom. Divorced him early in life, would get restraining orders against him and move where he couldn't have no contact with mom. She would let him have access to the kids, but mom wanted nothing to do with you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, you know you're the cause of this, right? Now, my mother always told me, Jeffrey and Sarah J. Fields, the apple don't fall too far from the tree. The roots and the fruit is one and the same, Sarah J. Fields. Austin Metcalf's dad, Jeffrey Metcalf, he's not only a bully with anger issues, he beats women, violent guy. Listen to me now. I want you to hear me good, because this is the truth. I was wrong about Carmelo Anthony. The kid is gonna beat the case. I got the facts of the case. I have the facts of the case. I have the police report. I have every document that Sarah J. Fields has. And I've been doing my due diligence, Sarah J. Fields. It's called research. It's called qualitative and quantitative research. Now, I went to Texas Western University, studying as a pre-law student. Sarah Jeff Metcalf. So I know a lot about law, and I've beaten the law quite a bit myself. As a matter of fact, I grew up with children who kill people. I myself grew up with children, not people. I grew up with children. I spent my whole entire teenage life with kids who committed murder. 14 to 17, that's a big old gap. When most of you kids was playing video games and going to middle school and doing homework, I was in the boys' home going through therapy and counseling and seeing psychiatrists and psychologists.
What the?
Get my childhood trauma repaired. So I met.
This dude has obviously been drinking or on some type of substances. He can't even stay still long enough. His literally, I think if he was to be driving right now, he got pulled over, I'm sure the cops would have been doing some type of sobriety test, searching some vehicle, doing something. Because this appearance right here, comparing those to the other videos that he has done, interviews and things like that. I mean, I'm sure if he was doing an interview, he made sure to be sober because he was being interviewed. He knew he was going to be on camera and things like that. But this seems like he took one too many sniffs and one too many gulps and decided to say, oh, let me do my job. They paid me. I spent this money. Now I need to go make some more. And I don't even know if you really went to Texas Western or whatever. I can care less because technically you're not a lawyer. You didn't pass. You don't have the bar. So your knowledge of the law is probably the same knowledge I have by Googling it or researching it, reading a law book here and there, whatever. Any competent person can do that. So anyway, let's continue. And we are probably going to go over this entire video because one, it is new and it's breaking document, and two, I want to make sure I have this thing recorded in full as much as entirety, just in case they decide to take it down, do whatever, because if she is looking for a lawyer, this is going to be considered evidence, and they will try to destroy evidence. Okay.
I met children who killed their mothers and their fathers. I met children who stabbed people. I met children who killed. So I know children who kill. I'm an expert in children who kill. I grew up with them. I was a child who led older children to go kill. I'm gonna say it again. The Fort Worth Star Telegram described me as being the smallest of the bunch, but the brains of the bunch. And if I remember correctly, that's quoted by legendary news editor reporter Bob Ray Sanders. I think I'm quoting Bob Ray Sanders correctly. It says Charleston White was the smallest out of the bunch, but he was the brains of the bunch. So I was the youngest, the smallest, and I led 3 big black children who was way older than me to go kill a white man. K-I-L, a white man. I know what it's like. I myself know what it's like. It's documented. This is documented. I became one of the first children in Tarrant County to be tried, not convicted, but adjudicated for the crime of murder. September 18, 1991. This is documented. They've released the video footage of me testifying against my 16-year-old friend. It's documented. So hear me out. So I know what it's like to meet children, to participate in murders and killings. I'm an expert in children who commit violent crimes. I grew up with them. I studied them. I went to school. I ended up creating programs by way of a youth organization. It's called Hyped About Hype Youth Outreach. And HYPE is an acronym helping young people excel in all aspects of their lives. This is documented. My organization, Hyped About Hype Youth Outreach, and you can Google this, Charleston White, Hyped, H-Y-P-E-D, about H-Y-P-E, Youth Outreach was highly recommended to all 254 counties throughout the state of Texas. And as a matter of fact, Sarah J. Fields, and Jeff Metcalf. I even have a relationship with Collin County criminal court system. I used to partner, and I don't know if you know these guys, but I'm sure you know them, Sarah J. and Mr. Metcalf. It's one of the best capital murder and death penalty white defense lawyers. It's from Collin County.
Responding to emails takes time, but not with Grammarly. In a few clicks, Grammarly's generative AI
a guy by the name of Mitch Nolte. I'm sure the judge and the prosecutor and everybody's familiar with Mitch Nolte. I used to partner with Mitch Nolte, just one of the best attorneys in Texas when it comes to murder cases, capital murder specifically. I used to partner with Mitch Nolte's law firm and the criminal defense mitigation specialist firm called Brendan Ross Mitigation Firm. I used to partner with Miss Brendan Ross' daughter-in-law, Shannon Ross. And we used to work on capital murder cases and murder cases. So I've even been sworn in Collin County court system as an expert in what I'm talking to you guys about. And this is documented. This is the Charleston you guys don't like. This is the one that's not gonna cuss. This is the one that's not reading the comments because I can't see you. I'm looking out into the ocean so I can stay.
Did he just cover his lazy eye? He just covered his lazy eye. Okay, I'm sorry. Had to point that out. But what does that have to do with anything? Are you still currently there? Are you still licensed? Are you just because you were in an ex maybe in that case, maybe because you probably knew who? I mean, it's about murder, so you obviously said you grew up around kids who did murder. Now you didn't say that you were one of those kids, but you know, birds of the feather flock together. So I mean, just because you're known and they're known doesn't mean that it's for the right thing, and it's a good thing that you're known because everybody knows one of my kids doesn't mean and he's more popular than the other one, but he's not popular for the right reasons. They know him because he's a little troublemaker. So that doesn't mean anything because you were whatever you said. I don't know. That was just a bunch of more diarrhea of the mouth just to try to deflect from the whole situation, saying that he has documents. Please show those documents if they are documented. You got a police report, so do we. We know that the police report said from Carmelo's mouth that he did it, and he's a murderer. He's not an alleged murderer. He's a murderer. So please show me the documents where it shows us what you're talking about, that he's not a murderer. Just saying. But let's keep going. I'm still laughing now. He covered up his fucking lazy eye.
Focus on what I'm talking about. So I can't see you with this eye. I can't see you. So if you typing, I'm looking out into the ocean so I can stay focused and stay connected to what I'm trying to say to you. So this is the Charleston y'all don't want. He ain't funny. He don't play. He ignore the comments. He just get the message out and then he get offline. Then he go by this day. So that's what this the Charleston y'all got for today. So I got all the facts of the case. So there's a video that's been released by Frisco Independent School District because this is public information. And if you want to see this video, you can go up to Frisco Independent School District and see this video. That's why Sarah J. Fields and Austin Metcalf's dad, and now they've drugged the mom in, but they're trying to debunk people from going to see the video. Why do you think Sarah J. Fields, she released the indictment before anybody had the indictment, and she got a woman fired because they're using a new Jim Crow systematic tactic where they got the people inside the courts, they got the people inside, and they're working against the Carmelo.
Did she get fired? Please release that information. A name would be nice. How come that person hasn't come out saying I was fired because of this? Like, that's criminal in itself. Like, come on, Mr. Pretend lawyer that you know so much about the law and shit like that. Really? Really now? Diarrhea of the mouth as you're sitting there high, because look at your eyes, they red as fuck. Those are some black motherfucking pupils that you got there right now. Okay, I'm just saying, it looks like you've been picking at your face a little bit right there. I see all those little yeah, addict, straight up. I don't know, could be, possibly, allegedly, but I'm just, again, we won't know until somebody runs a drug test on them or something and whatnot. But I don't know.
Anthony family on behalf of Sarah J. Fields because she's a precinct chair and she's threatening to use her power from her precinct chair, I think District 30, to get people unelected and get people elected if they don't go against this case. So she's trying to use political power to
So who's in precinct 30? Precinct 30 in Collin County, because apparently he's stating that this person in the 30th district is apparently the person feeding the government official feeding Sarah. 30th district, county of Collin County, Texas, I guess. Isn't that how you put it? My specific location in Collin County, Texas. Okay, what did he just say? Let's go back, because now I'm going to question.
New Jim Crow systematic tactic where they got the people inside the courts, they got the people inside, and they're working against the Carmelo Anthony family on behalf of Sarah J. Fields because she's a precinct chair and she's threatening to use her power from her precinct chair, I think District 30.
So he's saying Sarah Fields is a precinct chair, holds a precinct chair. See, I bet you people who don't question these things, who's just listening to outright, like nodding their head, like, yeah, makes sense, yeah, but no, we need to start asking questions because that doesn't that statement does not make sense. Like, you're saying Sarah J. Fields is a precinct chair holder at the 30th County precinct, but I don't know. Like, see,
to get people unelected and get people elected if they don't go against this case. So she's trying to use political power to influence and persuade this case. That is what Sarah J. Fields has partnered with Austin's family in trying to do. The mom wasn't too much in it. The mom's really been grieving. Jeff Metcalf has been playing for the camera because he's been an absent father who abused the mom, and he think he can get back in with mom, and mom doesn't want anything to do with Jeff. That's why you don't see them standing in the camera together like you see the Carmelo Anthony's family doing. So let me stick to the case, to the facts, right? So
right.
Sarah has a lady who works for the Collin County courts who just lost her job, who released the indictment before anybody had it. So for whatever reason, Sarah is getting all this information and she's coming to misconstrue the information, and she's giving out misinformation and false information. Number one, the family has not touched the GoFundMe money. GoFundMe froze the money because the lawyers are trying to get the money.
Okay.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
Okay, first of all, it's not GoFundMe, it's Gifts and Go. Give, Send, Go. Now, whether they froze the account or not, I don't know. But the last time we heard, I don't think they mentioned anything like that from the Give, Send, Go. I think they were literally just trying to stay out of it after the fact that, they allowed this whole fund to be even, you know, funded in a way. So anyway, let's continue.
Lawyers are trying to get the money, not the family. It's the lawyers. The first group of people came through with civil rights lawyers trying to play for a civil rights lawsuit as if this was a police shooting. That's why they went with the race card. Biggest mistake they could have made. First mistake I told them they made, playing a race card. Now the white people was waiting for black people to play the race card. Now they're playing the race card in ways that we can't see. It's called racism. It's hidden in the fabrics. It's embedded in the fabrics of the design of America. So it's not blatant. You can't see it. It's hidden. Like somebody in Collin County courts who has a job to feed their family are releasing private information to a known, not a law enforcement, which is Sarah J. Field. That's the first mistakes that's happening in this case. These are adults that's doing this. This was a children's problem, a children's issue. The adults have gotten in and made it hateful, ugly, and racist. And this is about right or wrong. This is clearly about right or wrong. This isn't about race. The adults have came in and made it about race. You don't hear no children online talking and fighting and going back and forward about this case. It's all hateful-hearted adults. It's not children, it's all hateful-hearted adults online bickering, going back and forward, spewing hate over an issue over children. And none of them was there. All the adults with opinion, none of them was there. So Sarah, let's tell the truth. Jeff, let's tell the truth. You even said in an interview, but you're talking too fucking much online, Jeff. You're talking too much online, Jeffrey Metcalf. And you're partnering with someone who wasn't there, and it's clearly she's a hateful-hearted. And by the way, Sarah, we have your background as well. You said Dominique Alexander's a horrible person, and he is. And you once were too, Sarah. You used to smoke meth. You was a meth addict whore. So don't try to get cleaned up in the Republican Party and hide behind this conservative shield as if you once was a liberal whore, getting high, selling your cunt for meth. So come on, Sarah. Don't play like you're just so high and mighty. Jeff, you're a woman beater. You used to beat your wife. Your kids heard it. They saw it. You had anger issues, Jeff. Guess what? Your two big boys did too. They had very anger issues. And from what's been reported about Austin and his twin brother, they've been kicking ass since elementary. They've been bigger than most children. Not only that, they are trained experts in jiu-jitsu. Why isn't the media reporting this? Now, I know the law. And I've taken the gun classes, I've taken the license to carry classes, to see it. I've taken all these classes. And in these classes, with all these white people, and I was the only black guy, and I just want to say, hey, thanks to Sheriff Bill Wayburn, thanks to Tarrant County Sheriff Bill Wayburn, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have my license to carry. My license to carry certificate has my local sheriff's name on it. Might as fact, a Republican politician loaned me the gun to go do my shooting range at the sheriff's class. And this is documented, people. I'm telling you the honest to God truth. Thanks, Sheriff Bill Wayburn. Sheriff taught me how to hold a gun, the sheriff taught me how to shoot great. And I've been shooting perfectly since Sheriff taught me. I just want to say thank you, Sheriff. And I beat all my charges, by the way, Sarah Fields. Did I mace a cat? I tried to. I tried to mace a cat, Sarah. Someone reported it online. Guess what? I beat the fucking charges. And I tried. Oh, no, we're back. We're back. We had a little technical difference. We're back. So back to what I was saying. I tried to mace the cat, but the cat wouldn't let me. Cats are not like dumb dogs. I used to mace dogs all the time. Come here, boy. Yeah, when they come up on it, I shoot him with the mace. And he rolled to try to get it out, but not the cat. You can't go, here, kitty, 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 kitty. and try to mace the cat. It's too quick, it's too agile, too athletic. So, did I try to mace the cat? Did I try to mace the cat? You're fucking right, I did. Did I try to mace the cat? You're fucking right, I did. I did it every day, because I hate cats. I hate dogs. I hate everything white people like, except Chick-fil-A. Shit, everything white people like. So when white people online make me mad, even my daughter got a cat. My son got a cat. I mistreat the motherfuckers if I get mad at white people. My buddy got a dog. White person make me mad online, I secretly kick his dog, because I feel like that's y'all brother. You got her like him. I'm just playing. I'm a comedian. I satire comedy, but I really tried to make that cat. I'm just playing. I really did. I recorded it showing I did, and somebody believed I did, and I really tried to. But when I went to court, I said, man, I ain't trying to mace no cat. You know why? Because you can't bring the cat to court. My constitutional right give me a right to confront my witness. Bring the cat to court then, if I may. Where the cat at? They lying. We got it on video. Where the cat at? That's my cousin's cat. And by the way, my cousin, Mr. Jesse Taylor, was a Republican precinct chair of District 1297. That was his cat. He don't know that wasn't real mace. I lied and told him that was water. Because when they give you the mace gun, they give you a canister of water. And then they give you a canister of mace. They let the water be the tester. I swore on the Bible, I used the water. I told him, man, I ain't trying to mace your cat, nigga, you know that. Like, man, you can't even mace a cat. He said, I know you wouldn't, kinfolk, but I did. I just lied to him. And I had this pre-recorded, this ain't pre-recorded, but I had proof to back up my lie. Like you're fucking doing, Sarah. You're coming with false proof to back up a lie. I did the same thing and beat the felony charge against the animal cruelty. It's a great scheme for a defense team. I'm just great, Sarah. But when people know the truth, nobody knew my truth. Nobody.
Wow. So you are animal cruelty. You abuse animals. That's how big of a pussy bitch you are. Okay. Okay. Let's continue. And the thing is that you're complaining, admitting that you're a liar. You're deceitful. You I mean, so nothing out of your mouth is ever going to be true until we see the documents. Like none of this shit can be backed up. I mean, and if it can, please show it. Show it. Show me the court documents. Show me the court records. Show me the court translations that you were in, that you were sworn in and you did this and did that. Please show the records. Please give us letters from these people who you apparently interning with and all this other stuff. Please let them, give us their response on the wonderful employee you were, apparently, or apparently you abuse animals. And if you abuse animals, it wouldn't be surprising me that you abuse people and kids and anything else that's in your way, and then lie about it. Say you didn't do it like when you really did. Like, this video doesn't help your delusional mind at all. At all.
Could really prove that this was really mace in the can, Sarah. That's why the charge was fucking dropped. You know how I beat the 2 ag assaults? Because when I came out pointing the gun, nobody could see it on camera. But this here, Sarah, this is on camera. So let me break the footage down, since nobody wants to see it and everybody's taking Sarah's word with this somewhat of a truth to support a lie. I'm good at taking some truth to support a lie when I get in trouble with white folks. It's easy to do when you know what you're doing, Sarah. You kind of know what you're doing. Conniving whore. Fucking conniving whore. Lying under oath, I beat the charges. There's no such thing as double jeopardy. And by the way, I never went under oath. I let my lawyer talk for me. My Jewish lawyer. I don't say a word. I talk to the police. I tell the police what I want them to know. I let my lawyer talk in court paper. And by the way, they got enough money up out of me revoking my bonds for smoking marijuana because I wouldn't follow the court's order. I kept smoking pot. You know why? Because I got money. I got money, baby. And by the way, I'm in character. I'm not really admitting to committing any crimes. This is satire comedy, shock jocking, dark humor. I am a highly paid comedian, so I get to come under my comedic umbrella and say what the fuck I want to say in the name of free speech being funny. You don't know if I'm being funny or serious. Nobody knows, and nobody can prove if I'm being serious or funny when I'm in character online, because I did admit to being in character online. Can't beat me. I've been beating white people all my life. But listen to me. So in this video with, I'm gonna call Carmelo Anthony a hero. Because most children who get bullied, white kids anyway, shoot up the school. And white people come and say, hey, he's been fucked by his dad and he has mental issues, and they claim mental health when it's a white kid slaughtering a bunch of children. But here we are, we have a black kid that put the fire out of one bully. Now, I just want to remind America, I just want to fucking remind America, you have a Stop the Bullying campaign for children. You have a cyberbullying issues and policies that grown folks like to report on other grown folks. So you mean to tell me if two big black niggers walk up to a white man, and they're really big black guys, super big and super black, big black niggers, hey, you need to get from up under here. And he's amongst his friends, minding his business.
Sorry, my mind's just still thinking about what he just said about how he literally admitted to everything he did and lied on this. Well, not lied on the stand, but lied about this case, lied about that case, just so he could beat it. Blah 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 blah. That's how he was a way to get, get away with things.
One white guy standing right here. One black guy standing right here. I want to paint this picture. This was a black guy doing this to a white guy. You got a black guy to your right. He's a big nigger. You got a black guy, he's a bigger nigger to your left. The bigger nigger's angry and aggressive. Yeah, he's roaring like a lion. Roar.
Yes, this is why I switched to injection-free weight loss.
I was eating healthy, working out every day.
The other bigger nigger beating on his chest like a gorilla. Well, you need to move. I don't even know y'all. Why y'all fucking with me? Gorilla and lion? Why, I'm just a sheep. A little small sheep. And I'm new to the area. Now, silverback gorilla, I'm a sheep. I'm here with your baboon friend. Now I'm with a baboon. The baboon is a little cuter than the gorilla. The baboon and the gorilla girl don't want to get a lion no pussy. He just get to fuck the lioness, but he want to fuck the gorilla women. Here I am, a sheep. The gorilla women want to give me some pussy. I'm a sheep though, but I'm with the baboon. The gorillas, the monkeys, the orangutans, they all like this handsome baboon. He's a mulatto kid. I'm a full sheep. I'm a full motherfucking sheep amongst these gorillas. All these monkeys and gorillas. I'm just a little white sheep. Bah. Bah. And these gorillas and lions is barking in this jungle at me. And I'm new to the jungle. I come out the zoo. I ain't been out in this motherfucking jungle. I come out the zoo. I don't know nothing about how to survive with these animals. So goddamn it, the gorilla hit on his chest, say move. I look at the baboon, say something smart to the lion. I'm not moving. The lion said, I'll make you move and try to take my stuff. I'm a sheep. I'm scared. Now let's stop right there, boys and girls. Stop right there. They had me.
Boys and girls, because if you were scared, you would call for a teacher, because there's plenty of other adults that were there. So other, I guess you want to call lions or gorillas, apes. I don't even know who the fuck is who anymore. Everybody's a fucking different animal in this damn story. But what the fuck ever. Like, this is just to confuse people, and like he's just on a fucking tangent. Like, what the fuck are you on, dude? You're on a fucking tangent. You're just going off diarrhea of the mouth from this little pussy bitch dude right here. I'm just saying, diarrhea of the mouth from this little narcissistic lying ass trying to cover it up what he said over. I'm a comedian, dude. You're not funny. I haven't heard anything funny come out of your mouth. Aren't comedians supposed to be funny? Dude, I'm not laughing. Sorry, you suck at being a comedian. I'm just saying, you suck. I don't know how you got rich off of being a comedian, but you kind of suck. So anyway, because that shit that you just said that, oh, I'm covering up because I'm a comedian, this is all a skit. It was not a funny skit. I'm just saying, ha ha. Not funny. Not. Not. Just saying, not.
Me to believe, based on Sarah and all my Republican friends and the white media and even some black people.
And that's the funny thing is that I don't even say I'm a Republican or a Democrat. I'm just trying to do right by the man upstairs. Like, trying to just do the right thing. Like, what the fuck? Does being white Republican, white Democrat, black Republican, black Democrat, right this, white that? Like, what does that have to do with anything from it being right and wrong? Because, like, I'm sure since you said that that's it, like, from all your little followers, Carmelo Anthony, saying you did God's work and stuff like that. Like, really? Really? Okay. Please. Please. Spare me the stupidity. Okay, go tell brother to charge it, baby. Skylar, put it on the charger.
They had me to believe that Carmelo Anthony woke up that morning and took a knife to school with the intention on defending himself from a bully. If that was the case, he's dead wrong, and that's what I believe. So I was adamant about, no, he took a knife to school. That's premeditated. You cannot be in fear and in danger and not tell nobody and take a weapon with the anticipation of hurting. You can't do that. You surely can't do it to the school. And I'm going to tell you one of the reasons how you can prove he didn't bring a knife to school. They didn't charge him with a weapon. They would have stacked those charges on him had he brought the knife to school. And the police did not charge him with having a weapon on school grounds, which is a federal law and a state.
Well, thanks for the advice, because I'm sure now, more charges can always come throughout the trial. Just like they did with Diddy. More as he was sitting in there they were just banking it on in. So, yeah, doesn't mean just because they didn't do it at the beginning doesn't mean they don't have the opportunity then. Because if he's already going life for prison, he's just a kid. I'm sure they're not going to want to stack any other charges on him. But if they felt like they didn't have a strong enough case for the murder case, I'm pretty sure they would have got him with some type of weapon just so he can have something on his record. But anyway,
They would have stacked that on top of the murder rather than enhancing the charges.
All right, face it. Your life is a complete mess right now. The laundry's not folded. You haven't exercised in weeks. You're spending.
Come on, Sarah. I went to Texas Wesleyan now. Dr. Greg Goulion and Dr. Linton. I made the dean's list now. This is document. I made the dean's list. I was going to law school before I started my youth organization, creating youth programs and curriculums to help teach inside the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. And by the way, Sarah, I used to also teach and train the United States Department of Homeland Security Human Trafficking Division.
you know who he kind of reminds me of? My brother, who used to have like all these stories. I did this and I did that and I did this. It was more to try to make people, because I'm sure he probably, if it's documented, you would have had the piece of paper with you showing your documentation, because technically you're not important enough for me to go and do the research and pull that information, because I'm sure we won't be able to find that information. But whatever. And I'm sure the person who he's talking about is probably, I mean, he has to look like, I don't know, he looks like he's in his 60s, 70s. He's old and losing hair and bald. I mean, God forbid if he's under that. Like, I feel sorry for him, because that's another disappointment, but that he's got to live with. But anyway, um I'm sure whoever he's talking about is probably old, maybe at least 10 to 20, 15, maybe 20 years older than him. If these people got to be like teachers and interns, and I mean, people who went at this time that he was probably interning and working with them and all this other stuff, I'm pretty sure they were a little older than him. So by the looks of it, he looks like he's in his 60s, maybe 70s. So I'm sure those people who he's talking about are probably well over in their 80s and 90s, and probably not even here, no longer here with us to even confirm this stupid ass story that he's saying. So again, people who tell these kind of stories and all that, they're just trying to make it more of a confirmation, so that way people can actually believe what they're saying. Oh, well, he did this and he did that. But again, he doesn't come with the receipts to prove that he is who he says he is. Just that, besides the fact that, he's animal cruelty and hose and gun possession, and straight up deal with people like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he was some type of correlation with Dominic Alexander before all this happened. I wouldn't be surprised if they cross paths, somewhere in the past. Just saying. Talking about all your youth groups, your youth this, your youth that, because Dominic Alexander used to be, with another group before he beat up his wife and kids and all this other and children and stuff like that, where those people didn't want anything to do with him after that. And I'm sure we go in, and if we at least we have people to confirm those stories if we ever needed to go to them. But dude, you're so old. I'm sure anybody who you're talking about is probably no longer alive. And if you're not age like number wise old, then honey buns, you weren't right. You weren't straight and narrow your whole entire life. You were doing shit like you were talking about for majority of your life, and it probably still to this day. Again.
At Eastfield Police Training Academy. by way of Special Agent Keith Owens, who now is an adjunct professor at UTA. I used to teach that for the Homeland Security. It's all documented, but it's not about me. It's not about me, Sarah. It's not about me.
Really? You used to teach a class of Homeland Security? This dude is living in the. I swear he's got to be high on something. Oh my God.
So they didn't charge him with the weapon. So the gorilla in the line have scared this sheep. He's looking at the baboon for help. The baboon is afraid of these guys. All the monkeys and all the animals in this jungle is afraid of this silverback gorilla in this line. You know why? Because they are experts in trained jujitsu. They come to school high on fentanyl. This is white people's George Floyd, by the way. Austin Metcalf is white people's George Floyd. He really died of a fentanyl overdose because the autopsy said he had fentanyl in his system. Steroid use. He was just cycling off because he's off of football, but during football season, Austin is steroiding up, buddies. His dad said they excelled in every sport. So with their physical abilities and capabilities and strength, based on what they teach you in the license to carry classes, the CHL gun classes, anybody bigger than you can boom, 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 boom. Body size is a form of a weapon under the law. They were two extremely big guys who were, nigga, go in the bedroom with your sister and your girl then. There are two bigger guys who are trained and skilled in mixed martial arts jiu-jitsu that can severely hurt you and kill you. Steroids, fentanyl, anger issues, abusive dad. You bring that trauma to school with you, you take it out on the football field, but you have a reputation of bullying people from, I think, about the 4th grade, these Austin twin brothers. So you can't just fight one, you have to fight two. But that's why this is a package deal. So two men approach you, bigger than size. You mean to tell me you don't have the right to defend yourself? This is a George Floyd. The autopsy said he has fentanyl in the system. So another lie that they said, he brought the knife to school. He didn't have a knife. He had a Boy Scouts. He had a Boy Scouts aid tool. Well, what's on that tool? They have 12 different components. You lift this one up, it may be a bottle opener. You lift this one up, it may be a screwdriver. And they're about this small. They're smaller than 3 inches. It was so small, you don't even see it when they take the picture next to the body because it laid next to the body right by the backpack. Sarah fails. Oh, they didn't know a nigga can do due diligence works like this. Oh, they didn't know a nigga can do it due diligence. I went to Texas Western. They taught me how to research. They taught me how to go into the library.
But that's not what the arrest report said. Like, they said it was a pretty decent length knife, not no little, or the police report would have said they found a pocket knife. That's what all that is, little pocket, all-in-one tool knife. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Databases and pull up other articles and things like that and go get the court page. I know how to do what you do, Sarah. I just play a ignorant nigga online because it pays much more than what you make. I get.
So you're just admitting that you're ignorant. Okay, ignorant. You don't play, you are. You're not playing again, and if you find that part of your comedy skit, it's not funny because you're not. It's anyway.
So I pay a crazy nigga online. Then I come offline and be a great dad.
Where can I find creators who actually drive results? Popular Pays simplifies creator marketing by handling.
See how my daughter just walked by right there?
Yeah.
So my daughter just graduated high school last year. She's waiting to go to college.
Hey, you just took her off the camera. Now you want to talk about her, like
beauty school. She just graduated the other day. That's why she waits to go to college. But listen to me, right? So he didn't have a knife. It was a Boy Scout tool that most white people give their elementary kids. You lift it this way, you lift it this way. About 12 items on there.
We don't give elementary kids a pocket knife.
Happens to be on there. I think even a fingernail file is on there. The knife was so small, it did not penetrate his heart. It was too small. It was a little small knife. They're not telling us this. And they tricked me, and they had me going against a good kid. They really had me going against a good kid. So I'm fucked up about this, my white Republican friends. I'm fucked up. This is what the Democrats did to the poor niggas with the rappers and the, come on, y'all are doing to, come on, you're gonna do what the Democrats are doing to the blacks. Just give us the truth. We're smart enough conservative. And by the way, my voting record is all conservative. Mike Wallace, you name it. Mona Bailey, me and Mona Bailey. Shelley Pritchard, Jen Hall, I know all of them. Tarrant County GOP.
Hold on. I just Googled something real quick, guys. Okay. Since he was talking all this mess about Austin being on things and stuff like that. So I just researched to see if the coroner's report is available publicly. And no, the official coroner's report for Austin Metcalf's death is not publicly available. So how would he even known what he died of? However, news reports indicate that Austin Metcalf, a 17-year-old, was fatally stabbed at a track meet in Texas. They suspect Carmelo Anthony was indicted. So there is. So I'm not even sure. I mean, there is no other incident, stabbing response, suspect background, indictment. I don't hear anything of steroids or fentanyl or anything like that. So I'm not sure how he was able to get a hold or read the coroner's report or get any information off the coroner's report when it's not publicly available. So therefore, you can't even show us any kind of proof that is, there's no receipt to that. You don't have a receipt for that. Again, this is diarrhea of his fucking mouth. Okay. Anywho. I'm sorry. This whole case is giving it is getting on my nerves.
I know all of them, Sarah. I'm in the loop. I mean, I know about you too.
Let me actually go to her page real quick. I've been kind of. Okay. Okay. Stop!
Meth whore. I'm in the loop. So listen to me. They won't tell us that the knife was this small. The kid didn't do what I did. I stood over our victim, which was a white man by the name of Michael Levy. I gave my 16-year-old friend a gun and told him to shoot Michael Levy. And he shot Michael Levy. You know what I did? I got out the car so I can see him shoot Michael Levy. Because I always wanted to see what white people look like when they die by the hands of a bunch of black people. Like black people used to die by the hands of a bunch of white people that I used to see on television in the slave movies, all the black movies. So I wanted to see if white people died like black people in the movies, because I had never seen anybody die except on the movie. And I always seen white people standing over black people, white people standing around black people as they hung. So I wanted to see. So as our victim was dying, I went and looked at his eyes and watched what a white man looked like when he died. He's scared too.
This is the game changer that everybody have been asking for.
So basically this big button right here in the middle is to...
I seen a fear in his eye. I'm fucked up. This is what the Democrats did to the poor niggas with the rappers and the, come on, y'all are doing to, come on, you're gonna do what the Democrats are doing to the blacks. Just give us the truth. We're smart enough conservative. And by the way, my voting record is all conservative. Mike Wallace, you name it. Mona Bailey, me and Mona Bailey. Shelley Pritchard, Jen Hall, I know all of them. Tarrant County GOP Republican Party, I know all of them. All of them. Sarah, I'm in the loop. I mean, I know about you too. Meth whore, I'm in the loop. So listen to me. They won't tell us that the knife was this small. The kid didn't do what I did. I stood over our victim, which was a white man by the name of Michael Levy. I gave my 16-year-old friend a gun and told him to shoot Michael Levy. And he shot Michael Levy. You know what I did? I got out the car so I can see him shoot Michael Levy. Because I always wanted to see what white people look like when they die by the hands of a bunch of black people. Like black people used to die by the hands of a bunch of white people that I used to see on television in the slave movies, all the black movies. So I wanted to see if white people died like black people in the movies, because I had never seen anybody die except on the movie. And I always seen white people standing over black people, white people standing around black people as they hung. So I wanted to see. So as our victim was dying, I went and looked at his eyes and watched what a white man looked like when he died. He's scared too. I seen a fear in his eyes that it still haunts me to today. But it only haunts me when I'm in a good mindset. But when white people make me mad, I always remember what my victim looked like. See, most of y'all don't know what it's like to kill a black person white. I know what it feels like to watch a white person die by our hands. I gave the order. And sometimes I'm proud of it, sometimes I'm not. It all depends on how I feel, like you. Sometimes you do right, sometimes you do wrong based on how you feel. We're human, I get it, we're human. I'm human. But let me stick to the facts because this is not about me. The kid didn't bring a knife to school, the knife was a small, so let me tell you another lie that they told. They said that Austin Metcalf died in the hands of his brother. It's the biggest fucking lie. This guy's a well-trained athlete that excelled in all sports. This big motherfucker just didn't drop dead. He hit him with that knife. He didn't hit him 2 times. He didn't hit him 3 times. He hit him out of fear 1 time. Because this big silverback gorilla is now approaching him, threatening and roaring and giving every, so your instincts, your nature, fight or flight kicks in. Just like the police, when they say they pull a gun, they don't have time to think. I saw a gun, and all there was a cell phone. The police go through it, and they're trained people. So we want our kid to be this trained, where these 2 trained mixed martial arts experts who excel in all sports due to their body size, strength, and physical abilities is approaching you, causing harm. You don't know them, never met them. You don't even know why they're approaching you. You boom, hit them with what you got. It could have been a pencil, it could have been anything. And you drop it and you take off running. I'm gonna say it again. You drop it and you take off running. They had me believing he took off running with the weapon and he was caught with the weapon. No, he dropped the weapon. Austin did not fall down. Austin took off running down the flight of stairs, if you watch the video. Then he ran back up. He was panicking. He's on fentanyl. He's on fentanyl like fentanyl Floyd. I'm gonna say it again. He's on fentanyl like fentanyl Floyd. Floyd got somebody leaning on his neck, cutting off his ear, but he also got fentanyl in his system that don't allow his organs to function properly, to self-defend and self-recoup itself. Same with Austin. He's on fat. He's on fat, and he does fentanyl regularly and often. So we don't know how bad his organs is. Not only that, he's been using steroids since middle school.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capabilities for more customization, more time, and more growth. Speed up your website copy with an AI text generator that delivers a consistent brand voice to every corner of your site. Unlimited unique visuals enhance every piece of content you create. Instantly transform any idea into an image right from the comfort of your platform. And win back hours of hard work with AI-powered emails designed to perform. More conversions, less hassle. Smart benchmarks show you exactly where you stand in the market. See what's working and what needs work so you can quickly spot your next opportunity and take your business where you want to go. Oh, and we're just getting started. Go to Wix.com and make it happen.
Austin's been used, so he got roid rage, fentanyl, trauma from dad's anger issues, beat mom. This kid is an explosive weapon and a threat. So this is fentanyl Austin. We're going with the autopsy report. If we're gonna be honest, people. So here it is. We can't go with Google. And I told Sarah that. I told Sarah you can't go with Google. Everybody knows when you go to college and you write a research paper, a persuasive paper, or if you write any kind of paper and you stat and you quote something, you can't say I got it from Google. I did a Google search. That's not credible information. Everybody with educational sense and went to a higher educational school knows that Google is not credible to cite as a source. That's why I went to the library. Didn't you hear me say library database? Where you can pull up credible articles. Somebody reported me. Yeah, somebody reported me. Yeah, somebody. But back to what I'm saying. So everybody knows Google's not credible. So let me stick to what they trying to report it. Sarah's been going against everybody advocating for the Carmelo Anthony family. So she got my Facebook took down. So she's going after everybody. You know how many pages I don't give a damn about losing. So let me finish saying what I'm saying. So he drops the knife. He takes off running. Austin brother and the other children take off running, chasing after Carmelo Anthony. Now these are kids who was just at this event watching him get bullied, but didn't try to step in and stop the bullying. They sat back idle because they're afraid of the Austin brothers. But when he responds, now they want to chase him with the brother. He takes off running. He's not running with the murder weapon. He runs to an adult. The first adult he sees is a coach. He runs to him for safety. What they're not telling us, and this is in the police report, if they read the police report, one of the first thing Carmelo Anthony asked was he okay? Showing empathy, remorse, immediately. Is he one of the first things? Another thing they're not telling us, this is a good kid who's empathetic, remorseful, emotional intelligent. He had just rescued a kid previously. He had saved a kid's life recently. He hadn't been bullying kids like the Austin twins. Carmelo have been saving kids' lives. The twin brothers have been bullying kids' lives. David and Goliath, two Davids. Two Goliaths, two big giants against one David. They didn't come one, they came two against one. Already an initial threat. So he drops the knife, he runs to an adult, according to the police report, which was a coach. And I just want to tell everybody, because and Sarah's not going to tell y'all this. All the white parents are making their children silent. Why do you think no children online is speaking on this? It's all white adults. They have silenced their children because they don't want people to know that these two twins.
I don't think Dominique Alexander is white adult, but okay. And I don't think you're a white adult besides the powder that was on your shirt earlier. Just saying. But we'll get into what Wikipedia says, because apparently Google is not a source, but we'll get to a correct source, like maybe Wikipedia or maybe CNN or other news articles, that will be a credible, which would be condemned as a credible source. But we'll see. I mean, because technically you send this information to, I think, don't you pay Wikipedia or put your own profile on Wikipedia on there or whatever? I don't know how that works, but I guess we'll have to do more research, because this fool sounds like a bunch of hot air.
Brothers have been terror. They have been white terror, kind of like Buford was in Back to the Future. In every movie we have ever watched, at every school, there's always a white bully, a class of bullies who picks on. So let's not act like this is not it. When you know the history of the Metcalf twins, when you know the history of the Metcalf twins, you know these are two big white guys who have a body size that's bigger than children their normal age and in their class. So they're both big guys. They come from an abusive household with an angry dad. That's why the dad is trying to provoke the Anthony's family to do something. He's walking around with his glasses on and his gun. His mom doesn't want anything to do with Jeffrey's violent behavior, and it transcended to the children, because the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and the roots and the fruit are one and the same. They're violent children, like these niggas with these guns. And they got guns. Not only that, they're trained you.
Kind of like your kids, but okay. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? I'm sure your kids did some dirty work.
Jiu-jitsu experts.
I mean, because by reading your history, you got an extensive history, and this is all just recent history.
Again, they're trained jiu-jitsu experts according to documentation and what comes out of the father's mouth. So you better not fight these guys. And these guys are so violent and angry, he broke his dad's arm. Tupac have a song that says "White Man's World," and
I'm trying to look at something real quick. Oh, I didn't save it. Okay, I'll just continue playing it.
There's a part in his song when Tupac is explaining the mindset of a child that says, "Mama, why they keep calling me nigga? I'm gonna get my weight up with my hate and pay them back when I'm bigger." Well, if you don't never get big, you can't never pay them back. Austin got big, and he got a chance to pay his dad back. You remember what he did to you, Jeffrey? He broke your fucking shoulder. Not only did he break your shoulder, he ripped your ligaments. That's how you can go before the world and let them know he's good at it. Imagine what he'll do to a little guy who rib show, like me and Carmelo. He would have ripped him apart, tore him to shreds in front of those other girls that he can't fuck. That the white girls starting to like this guy. And you know what all of this started from, right? They all went swimming one time at a party somewhere, at a house party. Carmelo Anthony jumped in the pool. He gets out of the pool, he got a big print. And the girls in the school start talking about he has a big print. Words gets out in school, new black guy from wherever he come from, kind of handsome, braces, lives out here with us, has a big print. Word gets out. I swear to God, that's what this is about. I honest to God truth. Honest to God truth. They all at a pool party. He don't know the guys. He know the baboon. The baboon is a mixed kid.
Explaining complex topics can be challenging. Highlight the text you want to simplify and let Grammarly rewrite.
He connect with the new black kid, but he's cool with the white bullies. They smoke weed, they do fentanyl, they pop pills, they do ecstasy. So these are party kids. Carmelo's not a party kid. That's why he died with fentanyl in the system at a track event. They're not asking, why did he bring a knife to school? Because he got kids walking around in school on fentanyl, fuckers. Athletes. High-powered athletes on fentanyl at school with kids with sober mind. I need something to defend myself if he gets angry. Come on, people. Come on. Let me stick them. Okay. So he rescues a kid a year later. Soon as he gets to an adult and get this situation, first thing he shows is compassion, concern, and empathy for the assailant because he's not a victim. Austin is not a victim. He's an assailant. His brother should be charged with his death as well because anytime you commit a crime and someone dies in the commission of a crime, the brother should be charged because they was committing a crime. No matter how small the crime is. They went to go commit a crime against a black kid and his brother died. The brother should be charged with something, Sarah. So check it out. So he gets arrested. Every adult in this situation, before this kid was ever even booked in jail, from the police to everybody, had tears in their eyes. They were crying. They were crying because they know this is a good kid. He didn't mean to kill nobody. Man, this is not negligent homicide. Man, this is self-defense. But because we're in an all-white county and everybody in Tarrant County, Dallas, everybody knows if you go to Collin County, niggas white people. I've worked out there. But the judge on the case is a fair judge. They thought they was giving a judge, they thought they was giving a case to a, no. I'm honored to see the judge on the case, a fair man. And Collin County has enough black people who are registered voters, who have driving licenses that they can pick from the jury pool. So we don't want to leave it, we want to keep it in Collin County. Even though there are people trying to bully, they can't bully this judge and they can't bully the law. You can't beat the white man with racism. You can't beat the white man with capitalism. You have to beat the white man with his law. You can't beat him no other kind of way. That's what made Johnny Cochran so bad. That's why black people have to go to the United Nations because they ain't figured out a way to beat the white man with his law for the human rights. But Washington, D.C. don't give black people human rights. The world do. That's neither here nor there. We'll talk later. But this is a good kid that I'm advocating for. I have the facts of the case. They have the video out, so that's why they're not promoting the video. That's why they're not telling you that this kid was very empathetic and not sympathetic, empathetic and remorseful. Is he okay? I never asked if my victim was okay. I watched him die. So you got people like Sarah Fields she just got a woman fired who worked for the Collin County criminal courts, who was releasing all the paperwork and information. So there's an indictment that was released. Sarah J. Fields had the indictment before the police did. So we have a paper where Sarah released the indictment a day before it was released. Then she released it earlier that day. And then went back and bought it later that day. Sarah, you know the digital stamp showed your hand. That's why the woman got in trouble. Not only that, the people from the criminal courts is releasing all the information of Sarah Field because she's claiming she's a bully. She's a precinct chair. She can get you unelected with her voice. Okay, she got a platform to do that. Right is right, wrong is wrong. That's why I don't believe in karma, because white people do so wrong and I never see white people get karma for nothing. Slavery, nothing. I never see white people get karma, so I don't believe in karma. Because when I look at white people, they never get karma, especially white people like Sarah. Jeff Metcalf. Maybe Austin is your karma for raising him in such a violent household, beating his mom, and he come outside and beat other children with those expert skills you trained him to have so he can be dominant over other people, is what they say is. You wanted him to be dominant over other people. That's why you always brag about his physical abilities, not his academic talents. Fucker. But listen, but hear me out. So Sarah and them is getting all this information from the courts. This is the new Jim Crow, guys. This is the new Jim Crow. So I would advise any and everybody to go read the book, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. It highlights and talks about these things. Dr. King got them to take the signs down, but he didn't get them to change their hearts and their minds. They just took the signs down, took the robes off, and renamed their positions. Precinct chairs rather than Ku Klux Klan leaders.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
I'm sorry. Let me stop. So check this out. So kid gets arrested. They know he didn't commit murder, but they cannot put a white judge to lower this kid's bond, so they sacrificed a black lady. Oh, this gets deep, people. This gets really deep. They sacrifice a good black woman who has integrity and dignity and criminal standards. They sacrificed her. They knew she would do the right thing. She was going to lower the bond. They couldn't let a white person take this hit. So they put the black woman out there, and now the white people, Sarah Fields and all the white people have put their hoods on by way of metaverse. They got their Ku Klux Klan hoods on in metaverse, and they're releasing the judge's information. Now, this judge has a daughter. They're releasing Carmelo Anthony's family. So all these white people who own guns, who are second right amendments, who vote for Trump, are now threatening this black family who has a daughter and other daughters, and this other black judge who's a legal law-abiding judge who they voted this one. Now they're threatening her. They're threatening her life. So ironically, on the same day, the judge had to move to a new location. She now has to have 24-hour security. The Carmelo Anthony family have moved at least 4 times. So as they're moving, Sarah is putting out false information saying they're buying new houses. No, Sarah, they're running from your threats and Jeff showing up at this man's job. So now this man can't even work in Texas because they keep showing up at the job. He's a car salesman. He's a car salesman. So Jeff and everybody keep showing. So the man, they're putting, man, come on now. If it were me, I would unalive one of y'all showing up at my job. I would show up at Jeff's ex-wife house and unalive her. I would cause pain, unbearable pain, if you done me like that. Yeah, you done me like that. Yeah. I unalive a white baby. If white people mess with me like they're doing a Carmelo, I would go to a daycare and I would unalive the all white though. Innocent. I would do what Dylan Roof did. I would find that Frisco church. If white people did me like that, I would throw my life into the river. But I would do it like Dylan Roof did. Yeah, I would do it like Dylan Roof did, but to white people. I know what it feels like to stand over a white man and watch him die. That's something nobody could ever take away from me. You don't know what it feels like. I do. And if white people make me mad, you know, one time the police made me mad. And this what made the Republicans stop fucking with me. One of my good friend's son by the name of Dacian Steptoe killed a high-ranking police officer by the name of Sergeant Garrett Hull. And he was a big old bad white boy. They called him Rambo. 3 tours in Iraq. He was the leader of SWAT. And my homeboy's son killed him. Shot him right between the eye. And Officer Garrett Hull, this is in the newspaper. We called him One Shot Day Day because he killed the cop with 1 shot. I love it. They was hunting him down. They should have been arresting him, but they was hunting him. And because they were wrong and they were hunting him, Officer Garrett Hull is dead right now today. And I prayed for his death. But see, before Officer Garrett Hull died, I went live on Facebook and I prayed in the name of Jesus that a Fort Worth police officer die in the line of duty. I prayed for it before the world. Then a week later, Officer Garrett Hull was killed and I celebrated. I called him a pig in a blanket. Oh, it was lovely. And then I went and I prayed and I said, Father God, I pray and I plead the blood of Jesus on Councilwoman Gina Bivens lupus. I pray that she have a heart attack and something happened to her. And you know what they did to me? They put me in a crazy house after that. They thought I was crazy. This is documented. They took me and put me into the crazy house and they admitted me under the Sandra Bland Act. I think it was Senate Bill 12 something. They admitted me on the crazy playing act. And so I played crazy for 7 days to get out of there. I couldn't play sane. If I would have played sane, they would have kept me in there. I refused to take the medicine. So this is what they diagnosed me as, Sarah J. Fields. Homicidal and suicidal. They say I want to be killed by a cop. They lying like a mother. They lying on me. But they say I'm homicidal and suicidal because they watch me go to the gun range. They watch me stockpile weapons. When the police arrested me, I had over 400 rounds of ammunition with all type of black liberation literature. And then I bought a 50 cal, Sarah Fields, ready for war. Then the FBI came. And I said, hey, I'm just bullshit, man. I'm just bullshit. Yeah, what? And I turned into a comedian after that. I promise you, y'all won't fuck with me like y'all fucking with them.
Hold up, Alana in Texas just placed the dreamiest protein coffee order. She picked Snickerdoodle.
I promise you won't. I'm gonna play crazy again. It's called homicidal and suicidal by ideation and preparation is what the doctor report said. They said I had an ideation, an ideology, and I was preparing. Yeah, that's what they said, but they lying on me. I was just doing what white people do because I'm a Republican, and we've been doing this together as Republicans. But now since y'all mad at me, now I'm crazy now. But when we was all going together, it was cool. When we was all buying guns, it was cool. But now I break away from the Republican, the Tarrant County jail, now I'm crazy. But I'll play crazy. Homicidal and suicidal by ideation and preparation and marijuana psychosis. When they added the marijuana psychosis, that's when I realized I've been here 7 days and I ain't even seen a real doctor. Man, I've been seeing the student doctors that's trying to become the doctor, playing like the doctor on me. That's when I played on y'all. That's why I can still buy my motherfucking guns. I never went before a judge. That's why I can still tote them motherfucking guns with that motherfucking medical report. I'm way smarter than y'all. Fool. Fool, I'm way smarter than y'all. But they lying on this kid. He's completely innocent. He killed a weapon. He didn't kill a kid. He killed a machine that was big in stature, body size, strength, physical abilities, known steroid use, and high on fentanyl. How can you fight him as small as Carmelo Anthony is? And there are things that I can't speak about, but when it come out in court, I bet my life this kid get off. I put my life he get off. How confident I am in the facts and the truth. Sarah, you can't beat the truth with lies and deceit because the Bible y'all gave to the slaves. The Bible y'all gave to the slaves says, God says, in spirit and in truth. You can't be deceitful and be in the spirit of God. You can't tell lies and stand on the truth. That's why I don't lose. Because when I'm wrong, I come say, man, I'm wrong with a motherfucker. I'm wrong. I don't ever want to be like white people. Knowing I'm wrong, but acting like I'm right.
Embrace the journey, where each moment turns into
Okay. Wow. That was insane. That was insane. I don't even know where to begin, but let's look up some of his history through Wikipedia because some of the stuff that some of the stories that he was saying, oh, he ordered this, he ordered somebody to kill this person, he ordered somebody to kill that person, or he told them to do it, and then you know what the funny thing is that on one of those that Mike Levy or Livy, whatever the one that he said he told and that he stood over that white person's body and watched him die, things like that. Yeah, he flipped on the person that he apparently told to go shoot him, and he flipped, so that person ended up like, what the heck? You little hypocritical. You didn't do like, and then you're happy that you got off. Like you murder people, or you have people murder people, and then you're happy that you get off on it. Like you don't get charged. You don't have to do the time. Like that's completely crazy, insane, deranged, psychotic. Like you said, you're psychotic, or you say you play crazy, but you don't. That's not playing. You truly are. That's another part of your psychotic mind. You think you're not crazy, but you really are. You have all these people telling you you're fucking crazy. You are. You do stupid things like this. You're crazy because no person in their right mind will go out of their way to tell some freaking BS over 55-minute video or 45-minute video, however long this stupid video was, to rant and rave and then claim, oh, because I'm a comedian, I'm protected because you don't know whether I'm telling the truth or not. No, homie, we know that you're telling the truth. And it's not like you said, it's not about us, it's about the dear Lord. So you can have your fruits here, but you're not going to have your fruits in the afterlife. I'm going to let you know that right now, talking about want to bring up the Bible. Please bring up the Bible. Because technically the Lord Jesus does have the final judgment. Just because the judges here couldn't get you doesn't mean he won't get you at the end. He will get you. That's why you don't get to see the karma, because the Lord Jesus handles our karma for us. You're just the type of person that needs to see the karma so that way it makes you feel like a better person. Apparently, because you're so happy when horrible things happen. Look how excited you get about it. Oh, what the hell? Not even Hannibal Lecter acted that way. Please, you're not a very good actor acting crazy. You're not very good at it. You just naturally are crazy. You're not acting. That's if you are, then that's bad acting. Just like you're a bad comedian. Okay. Again, because I have no clue. Like I nope. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so again, I looked up Charleston Wright. We're gonna share this screen and we're just gonna kind of review and go over some of the things that he said in this little 45, 50-minute long rant. After maybe doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, you know. Um, so let's share this tab and we're gonna kind of go through Charleston Wright. Let's see what Wikipedia has out there. Wikipedia. Charleston White, yeah. American comedian, entrepreneur, and motivational speaker. Nothing was motivated about that speech he just did. Okay, he was born in Fort Worth, Texas. Ugh, please. And experienced health challenges in childhood, including an accident that led to his loss of his right eye. Oh, the one that you covered up. My bad. Didn't mean to call it lazy, but again, you know what they say. You're talking about karma. Maybe your parents did something for you that had to happen to your eye. I don't know. Karma doesn't always happen to the person that did something. It can happen later on in future generations or later generations, like their kids or their grandkids or something like that. Like you can curse your family. Like just because the curse doesn't happen to you, I won't be surprised if something happens to your daughter or your child or your son or whoever, or maybe one of your family members. But technically, just because the karma does not come back to you doesn't mean you didn't receive your karma. Okay, at the age of 14, he was involved in a robbery that resulted in a murder charge and time in juvenile detention. After his release, he studied criminal justice. So again, he was talking about, remember he was saying, oh yeah, I used to hang out with those kids. They were the ones doing this and that. I didn't do anything. But then again, you were charged for doing something when you were a kid, a teenager. Anyway, after his release, he studied criminal justice at the Texas Wesleyan University and co-founded Helping Young People Excel, Hype. Oh, is that why he was saying hype? See, I can't understand him. I don't know. He was just all over the place. A youth outreach organization. But I don't even know how you're able to do that after you murdered somebody. But okay. He later became known for his social media presence, where he shares controversial views of hip hop culture and events. Yeah. I mean, that's how everybody got started in when it came to social media. You were in one of those. You were comment um commentating on one of these, hip hop culture and current events. White was born, yeah. His mother, that was his early. His mother worked at General Motors, and his parents separated early in life. Again, apple doesn't far fall from the tree, like he said. Why, like you're over here talking shit about Austin Metcalf and Megan Metcalf about being separated and la la la. Like your parents weren't even in the fucking picture. Okay. At the age of 5, he was injured in an accident when the lid of the washing machine suddenly opened, causing him to fall inside and suffer severe injuries to his lower body. Karma, karma. 2 years later, he lost. That's what happened. You know what? And I could have gone to this as far as he didn't say, well, because your parents weren't together and they your father. So that's why your father that whatever your father was abusive. That's why your parents weren't together, and that's why you fell into a machine because that was your karma. And he did like what the fuck? Like, now you see how delusional you sound, homie. Okay, 2 years later, he lost his right eye and began wearing an ocular prosthesis. Due to his health complications, he was educated by a private tutor until 6th grade. Yeah, because he couldn't handle the bully. So he's trying to say, oh, if it was mean, if I was bullied, blah, 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 blah. Homie, you didn't even go. You're privately tutored, okay, until you're 6th grade. At age 14, White took part in a robbery at a Foot Locker in Arlington, Texas. Again, criminal history. So birds with the feathers flock together. Again, Dominic Alexander, C. Tony, all the NGAN people, and now we're going to add in Charleston Wright. Okay. Great planning, Mr. Carmelo, Miss Anthony family. Great case. We're going to go over an attorney and see what he really thinks y'all should have handled. Okay. And I know this is a long live, but of course, once this live is over with, hopefully I could go back and edit and cut some of these parts out and make separate videos, but we will get into it later. They stole athletic jackets and were chased by a store clerk, and as they attempted to flee, a man named Michael Levy approached them in a car to recover the stolen items. So this is the story he was talking about where he told his friend to go show him. He stood over the body and watched him die. He wanted to watch the white die because he saw it in the movies, how they did it to the black people, even though it's a movie. I haven't really seen it in real life. Please show me something that there's not a massive group of diverse race looking at somebody passing away. But just like there was at the track meet, I'm sure there wasn't just white people at the track meet and there wasn't just black people. I'm sure it was a diverse race. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you saw it in the movies. Like, we all know that movie is a movie. Special effects, all this other stuff, like it's made for you to feel a certain way. Anyway, White and another teen, Antoine Doolittle, threw the jackets out of the car, after which Doolittle shot and killed Levy. White later testified against Doolittle and was convicted of murder for his involvement and sent to a Texas Youth Commission facility. So, of course, this doesn't tell the whole story, but in his version, he tells this guy to shoot. And then, according to this, he goes and he testifies against the guy in his own words that he told to shoot. And so, like, you're a rat. You a flip-flopper. You scared. You don't want to do no time, but at the same time, you get other people to do your dirty work for you because you're too fucking pussy bitch to do it yourself. And then when you get caught, you go and flip on your partner, and again, you go and testify against him. Another pussy ass bitch move. Like, please, fucking okay. Watch my language. I am sorry, guys. This is like, whew, I'm getting hot and bothered. Okay. White later, okay, Texas, okay. While he was in juvenile oh, and then it looks like he was convicted of them. I don't know. While he was in juvenile detention, his 17-year-old brother, Kev White, was convicted of murder and sentenced to 99 years in prison. So again, apple doesn't far fall from the tree, just like he said. And as you can tell, it must have been the dad because they don't have no story on the dad. They told us what the mom was doing. She was working at General Motors. Obviously, she had an okay job, but the dad, most probably wouldn't be surprised a murderer themselves. Again, apple doesn't fall from the tree, right from the freaking horse's mouth himself with the fucked up eye. Okay, he later spoke before a state legislator recounting how he became a gang leader while in juvenile detention. And again, he went to juvenile detention, didn't learn his lesson. He became a gang leader. A gang leader. So then again, he wasn't rehabilitized in order for them, like they keep letting this murderer out. So he attended Giddings State School, where he remained until his 18th birthday. And although he was initially recommended for transfer to the adult prison system, so that means he was, what is this, like, I guess prison school. For four correctional officers testified on his behalf, advocating for him to stay at the school. As a result, he was allowed to remain. I'm sure they were probably paid off. As a result, he was allowed to remain where he was able to continue his rehabilitation, which continuing reading, we probably know that he wasn't. Looking at that video, he was not rehabilitated. White later reflected that remaining in juvenile detention helped him better understand his own thoughts, feelings, and actions and gave him empathy for others. No, he just found a way to manipulate the system. After being released in 1998 at age 21, so he spent most of his about a third of his life at that point, and maybe even half in jail and prison. But yet wants to. Okay. Anyway, after being released in 1998 at the age of 1, he attended the Texas Wesleyan University, majoring in criminal justice. He found the organization helping young people excel, which is hype, along with Miguel Mo, who was also sent to prison at a young age and became a motivational speaker. So again, birds of the feather flock together. White's comedy career took off after he began sharing opinions on entertainers in the industry. He became known for his controversial takes on hip hop, politics, and social justice. Of course, because he does this, go back and forth. He never has a clear view, so everybody watches him. It's all for clicks, and this is how he gets his money. So yes, he may say he has a lot of money. It's because people on both sides are watching his videos and feeding into this. In January 2022, White claimed that he had maced rapper Soulja Boy during a confrontation after Soulja Boy and his entourage approached him for a conversation, with Wright later going on Instagram Live to joke about the incident. In response, Soulja Boy said that White was afraid of him, which I probably believe that statement because by all this stuff he's putting it on all his friends, he never wants to take accountability or credibility, but he'll be the one to be like, yeah, it was me. I planned it all. I was behind it all. But I didn't do it. I'm too chicken shit to do it all. I'm just too chicken shit to do it myself. Please. Please. So the feud escalated as both began trading insults on social media, and White filed a police report against Soulja Boy. Again, chicken shit. That's a pussy bitch move. And I'm going to keep saying it. The incident was later referenced in the 21 Savage song 3 a.m. on Glenwood from the 2022 collaborative album Her Loss with Drake. In November 2022, during an appearance on DJ You Go Crazy show, White pulled a gun on the host after being confronted over his comments about killed rappers, demanding his money back. White later admitted that the gun was fake and claimed the act was part of his online persona. So you see how this is a routine. He does illegal shit and then just say, "Oh, it was part of a skit. Oh, it was just for the camera. It's a movie. It was all fake. It was all like no, no." Again, White was featured on Lil Uzi Vert's 2023 song Suicide Doors from the album Pink Tape through a sample taken from an interview with Say Cheese TV, in which White made homophobic and transphobic remarks aimed at him. White later stated that Lil Uzi Vert's team paid him a pretty nice check for the sample and that he continues to receive royalty payments for its use. Again, you do one thing and make a little bit of change and you think you did something. Okay. In August 23, White collaborated with live streamers Aiden Ross and XQC. During the visit, he was involved in an argument with a waitress. So again, this is like Carmelo Anthony. He's known to fight, he's known to do this, but yet they want to play the victim and play like they're the shit. Okay. Um, let's see. In August 23, Wright collaborated with live streamers. Okay, involved with an argument with a waitress, and um, also argued with fellow streamer IZI Prime or Izzy Prime after during a TikTok live stream, white and anti-Semitic remarks directed at Ross, which drew criticism. Days later, White apologized for what he said and appeared to cry, saying he was just playing a character online. Again, in December 2023, White was attacked during a comedy performance following an argument with audience members about the 2020 NBA Finals held during the COVID-19 pandemic. In an Instagram live session with streamer Aiden Ross, White later claimed that the individuals who attacked him were his uncle and nephew and that he feared for his life during the incident. Again, because you chicken shit. Which, why we talk all this shit? I gotta do this and I'll do this and that, but you're scared of your uncle and nephew? Okay. Please, homie, please spare me the bullshit. Which is why he struck one of them with a base in self defense. Ironic, isn't it? And it doesn't say. And remember, I don't think there were. It doesn't say that they. It just says he claimed. So I don't see. It didn't say that there's reports, and they didn't say they went to trial or anything. So I'm pretty sure this was a bullshit claim. Okay. Personal life. White is married to Tamara Wright and couple have two children. Tamara publicly supported him after two of his former employees accused him of infidelity. Why would you even care? He is not the greatest looking, and he looks like he is on some serious drugs. In March 2023, White was stopped by law. So this is just current 2023. White was stopped by law enforcement after being accused of kidnapping women and holding them hostage with illegal firearms. With the FBI interviewing him and searching his mother's home as part of the investigation, White later said that they were able to track him through his Instagram Live, where he brandished a gun and delivered a racist rant directed at rapper China Mac and the Asian people. After the rant, White and DJ Academic's comedy show in New York City was canceled. Well, good. Good. In October 2024, Wright was arrested and charged with animal cruelty. So this is the same story he was talking about when he was saying pepper sprayed the cat and he said it was water, but the cat couldn't testify, so he got away with it, whatever. So, and charged with animal cruelty and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, being accused of torturing a cat by pepper spraying it. In response, White posted a video addressing the charges, claiming the animal cruelty allegation was false and stating that he had purchased a gun to protect his wife. But then again, in this story, he just pretty much admitted that, but we couldn't do it. And then claimed that it's part of his online persona and skit. So everything that we should say on his thing, we shouldn't believe, whether he says he's telling the truth or not. He is a liar, and a liar. You can't trust anything he says because obviously he could say one thing, oh, it's part of my online persona, go around and flip flop and say the opposite thing, and then it's my online persona. So which is the fucking truth? Do you or do you not? Like you both can't. Both of it can't be a lie. I mean, can't be part of a persona that you're playing or a skit and just what loony bin loony. Where's the cuckoo nest? Because something just flew over the damn cuckoo nest. Really? Really? Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Okay, sorry. I'm kind of dramatic. Okay, sorry. Let me show this again on screen. I'm reading it off the screen anyway, so but y'all can read too. In October 20, okay, we already said it that. In February 2025, White was arrested in Texas on aggravated. So this is just recently in February. So this is probably why he flip-flopped because he probably needed money. Dad, go tell brother to charge it. In February 2025, White was arrested in Texas on aggravated assault. Okay, in February 2025, White was arrested in Texas on aggravated assault charges and was booked at a correction center in the Fort Worth area, where he was held without bond. He was released a few so if there was no bond, it was pretty serious. He was released a few days later and announced on Instagram Live that the charges had been dropped. So again, they probably paid. Maybe that time he came in with Carmela, with that dude. I mean, it just sounds kind of fishy to me now, putting the timeline together that you. Mm, mm, and this is the references where this was. So again, not the greatest dude to hang out with, not the greatest dude to be involved with, not the because he's gonna put you in a situation and then just clearly turn his back on you because he's a pussy bitch. Okay, got it, got it. Now I know who you are. Just by these, first impressions is not always the best, right? Ah, Lordy. So again, they are going after Sarah Fields. If y'all don't know who Sarah Fields, I'm gonna share her X page, and it's x.com/Sarah is censored. Um, Here it is. This is exactly what it is. Um, and she does say, it is FOA, FOIA Queen. So, I mean, again, he didn't have no proof of her doing these kind of things like meth and all this drugs that she apparently he's saying she's doing or did. But again, you didn't bring any kind of documentation for that whole 50 minutes of bullshit that you just said. Again, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But hopefully much longer you won't be able to play that. Oh, well, it's entertainment bullshit cuz you talking about murdering people, talking about murdering kids, going into daycares and blowing them up. Yes, that this Charleston White just admitted that he would go to a daycare and blow off a bunch of little kids. Like really? Like really? And then go be like, "Oh no, I was just playing. It's part of my online persona." You need to have a sense of humor. That shit ain't funny. That shit ain't funny. And if you find that funny, you messed up in the head because that shit ain't funny. That shit ain't. Okay, guys. Well, I am going to call it a day for today because there is another topic I do want to talk about, but it's geared more about the kid, more about families and like single parents and dating and all that stuff because there was a topic that came up. So I do want to like I think it was the questions like I guess the boyfriend asked the girlfriend. Well, I guess technically he didn't ask. He kind of just said, "Hey, I'm gonna need you watch them tonight." But I guess this guy is has kids with another girl. These two people are dating, and I guess something happened to where he was gonna be away, so he needed the girlfriend to watch the kids, kind of thing. Girlfriend said no, and then so she basically put it online saying, "Was I in the wrong?" So we're gonna go over that whole topic on whether she was right or wrong for not watching her boyfriend's children on a day that she wanted to rest. So we are gonna get into that topic. I'm gonna do a little bit of research on it, and then we will have our 2 cents on that. But yeah, as far as Charleston, is it Charleston? Charles? Who the? Let me see. Charleston, yeah, Charleston. See, I'm telling you, he's no importance to me. But the fact is that he's talking out of his ass, like, makes me sick to my stomach. He made a lot of claims in that. I know it was a long video. You go back and watch it. I should put the video link in it. Where is it? Let me add the video link to the description of the video so y'all can go back and watch it. Again, it is over 50 minutes, about 51 minutes. It is, but he puts himself, he admits a lot of things and then kind of backtracks and says it's part of, uses his comedian or his persona, saying it's an online persona kind of thing and kind of like to cover his ass kind of thing. It's sickening. It really is. And for the legal system to allow him to continue to manipulate the system the way he does is quite frankly disturbing, because here is this murderer out on the free streets, obviously still kidnapping women and let me see, what was it? I want to be what did they say? Rights for no. Kidnapping women and holding them hostage with illegal firearms. So apparently, this is back in 2023. He was doing stuff in 2024, and he recently got arrested for aggravated assault for 2025. Charges later dropped magically. So yeah, he may be right about the legal system about fooling people, but I think he's really the fool. So again, I'm updating the link up in this description of the video. So please support Sarah, pray for Sarah. Again, um, content creators, we need to be safe. Journalism, content creators, whatever you want to call yourself, out there, reporter, whatever, just stay safe. Because honestly, this isn't the only person that is. Actually, I'm probably gonna have to do a whole video on poor Sarah, like people attacking her, because this isn't the only one. I know this dude for a while was kind of, where's my bookmarks? Um, going after him, and also this dude right here, this Dean, whoever he is, Dean Withers. Um, on one of his videos, he's actually telling his followers to dox somebody. He's like, "Yeah, go on. I'm pretty sure you could find a picture, scan the picture, find where he is, go on Facebook and la la la, all this." He literally, let's see if we can hear this.
If I was dumb enough to send my kid in, it's no different than a baby commercial for diapers.
Can you answer my question? Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think that you have the right? Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision as the parent. And I wouldn't put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place. I would never.
Amen. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I think that you don't deserve to have any custodial rights over your child. So for those watching, their handle is goatman91096. It's going to be their handle. If there happens to be anybody in here that's good at has like facial recognition software,
you can find me. It's fine. Nothing I said was wrong.
Okay,
I just said that the kid doesn't get to make the decision.
What's your name?
I would never put them in that situation.
Okay, what's your name?
And why are you trying to dox people, dude? That's weird.
Because I want to find who you are so I could call CPS and have them take your child away from you.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you would like to try to do that.
Yes, I would. So
they would never even do it. That's the best part.
Okay. What's
Because
your name?
I would take the part, and I have a witness sitting here who's heard me say I would never put my child in that situation.
Okay. So what's your name?
But don't worry, move the goalpost too, by the way.
So you said that you think that parents have every right to exploit and traffic their children. So
no, that's not what I said.
So I'm not going to debate it with you. That is what you said. So I just putting this out there for anybody. Feel free to take his profile picture. Maybe you could go on to TikTok.com / his handle. You could save his profile picture, run it through some like reverse image search. Maybe it will link back to like a Facebook or something where you could find his name. And if you do find said information, that's public, by the way.
You're more than welcome
Feel
to.
free
There's
to
nothing
feel
wrong
free
with
to
what I
take that
said.
information and report it to CPS. Feel free to take that information and report it to like the law authorities in his area. Feel free to take that information and report it to maybe his local CPS, etc. Child Protective Care, Child Protective Services. Feel free to do that. I'll go ahead and leave him on the live for around another 20 or 30 seconds here before we kick him, just so you guys, anybody that's interested in trying to do this, can like grab his profile picture.
Wow. So straight up trying to have people get his information and call CPS because he's just stating what the law is, saying that we are the children's advocate and giving permission to either do something or not do something to their child. Now, legally, we have the authority to either say yes or no, give any kind of consent as possible, but morally, I don't think any parent would say, "Yeah, go ahead, let a 65-year-old man have his way with my little girl." Get dude, be serious. Be serious. Okay. Anyway, again, you guys be safe because people like this, people like Dominic Alexander, people like Charleston White are evil and deadly and yeah, because they don't know how to handle confrontation like normal people. They will just go after you and harass you and apparently in Charleston White's way, kill you and watch you die, right? Okay. So again, because remember he is what he said about black children, they have so much hatred or attitude or so much anger and hostility and stuff like that. You better watch out. But that's not an excuse for you to go and murder people. Okay. So again, I am done. This story is like way over my head, and I'm pretty sure people are like, dang, she did a freaking 4-hour live on this shit. Yes, I sure did. I'll somehow figure out how to break it down, put some, I don't know, little timers there so you could just skip forward. I don't know what to do, but I think these subjects were definitely needed subjects to talk about because it puts people's lives in danger and um yeah, you this is crazy. So again, we'll be talking about the whole other issue that I found on X. So we will go from there. All right, guys, y'all stay safe. Y'all be careful out there because look at what's going on. Look at what's going on. And if they can't dox you, they'll call CPS on you. They'll do whatever they want. And that is messed up. You don't mess with anybody's family or children unless you know that these children are completely in danger. Not because somebody mentioned the law and whatever and gave his opinion that he wouldn't have this happen, but according to the law, he does have the right to either consent or not consent for his child. So, God forbid that anything happens to this caller or this person that he was talking to and trying to dox and everything. I hope everything is safe with you. Good luck. Prayers to everybody. Sarah Fields, stay safe. I don't know if you have a YouTube handler or not, but yeah, I'm in Texas too. I'm from San Antonio, so I would try to help as much as possible. Of course, I as far as legal representation, I don't even my sister was the one with the connection with that. So I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you where to start, but I do watch the lead attorney. Actually, we didn't even get into the lead attorney, so I lied. I did lie. Let's go into the lead attorney because again, you know what? No, we'll do that another day. We'll go talk about the lead attorney another day. Um, but he did give his opinion on what the Carmelo Anthony's family did wrong, and he did say hiring Dominique Alexander was the worst move that they can do. And I'm sure once he hears about Charleston Wright advocating for them now, I'm sure they're going to he's going to say the same thing. A lot of the move, and he gives a general And I like it because him as a lawyer, he's giving it from the lawyer point of view on how he would have handled this case. So again, which is why I don't understand why the lawyer that they have us for him, whatever that guy that's been saying that they're his lawyer, that old white guy with the whatever. Um, I'm horrible with names. I know I'm not the best, I guess, but I don't know why he didn't do that. For him being the lawyer, you would think the family would have more respect for the lawyer and listen to what the lawyer's direction and advice is compared to like somebody like Dominique Alexander. So again, that is a lot, but we will definitely get over to the lead attorneys and kind of see pick his brain on the legal status, and hopefully he does come into Charleston, right? Because I do want him to look at that video and give an opinion on that. Like, how in the world can somebody go online, do the things that he does, and just say, "Oh, it's just my persona," and then be able to get away with it? If that is how it went down, again, that's how he put it, and that's how Wikipedia pretty much said it. You know, he just blamed it on his online persona. He blamed it on his comedy skit. He blamed it on this. He blamed it on that. So, I mean, not necessarily blame, but he used it as an excuse. Now, how long would that excuse last for? Again, he wants to talk about the Bible. He didn't. He doesn't always see the karma come back to these people, which means you're a dirty person if that's what you're waiting on, and you get off on watching people suffer and stuff like that, then that's a whole different story. But yeah, Apple again doesn't far fall from the tree, like you said. You're a clear example of that. You're trying to put Austin and them in that, but again, there is no proof that. I mean, where's the police reports that Megan filed for Jeff Metcalf abusing her? Where are the police reports? Where's the restraining orders? Where's this? Where's that? And if he was really abusive, I don't even think the courts would have allowed him to visit his kids or have his kids for visitation. Like, the delusion in your brain. Okay, again, we just keep talking about this, and I keep coming up with like freaking reasons on why your shit really truly does stink. So, again, I am done. I am out. I'm gonna figure out a way to clip this video somehow or another, and you guys stay safe, because things like this can happen. Things like what's happening in the Sarahfield can happen to you, especially if you're speaking out. I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if they go after the other jumpsuit. Yeah, I'm done. 4 hours is good. I am done. Bye, guys. Pinkies up.